What's up, guys? I'm the Gumdrop Gamer, and you are watching the Gumdrop Gaming Channel. And guess what? Just like the title says, if you're watching this on Twitch, AI puppies are here, and they are freaking awesome. Oh, oh wait, yeah. Also, we're doing this whole Castlevania kicks only thing. it's But yeah, this has been an interesting little challenge we've got here so far. Um, this is the third day of recording. First day, I spent too long on it. Second day, I spent way too freaking long on it. And we're kind of like at the halfway point. As far as the game goes, as you can see, I've done some more grinding through the game, trying specific challenges specific to me, and I found out somewhere along the way. Let's see. Go ahead and turn on the audio again for you guys. Gotta go through two different options here. Oh, okay, it says it's on. Okay, yeah. There's our awesome audio. Let me turn down my computer audio. There we go. Okay, so I remember what our next task is, and that is Pogo right now. So we do got to beat that boss in there. That's why we're hearing this lovely music. But we've got this guy right here. And this guy is going to give us a soul that we need in order to unlock the post-game content. So it's not looking like this is going to be fast by any means. Because we killed one of them and almost dead already. Like, as long as I'm heading in this direction, might as well kill this guy. Because we gotta level up anyway. So we weren't quite able to take out Legion on our last attempt, and that's because we're not using like any of our special souls. I took a look into some of the speed runs of the game, and I found out that soul drop manipulation is a thing, and that you can very cheat as far as that goes. And up until then, I was thinking, hey, this looks like a pretty fun game to possibly try and speedrun. And then I was like, no, because then I really thought about it. I'm like, I don't like playing games that are that way. Because if I can sit there and I can manipulate everything, it just feels so hollow playing a game like that. I mean, for sure, it definitely takes skill. I definitely do not take that away from anyone who chooses to speedrun it, because they are definitely putting in a lot of skill. Oh, do we get to it? Yes. Okay, so this guy should be easy enough to get over. Today was kind of a rough day for me. Basically, kind of more like last night. I guess what you could say was the rough thing for me. How much do these guys give us? So we get 280 experience for each kill on these guys. Trying to think of what will be the best place for us to grind. Because that's pretty much where we're at right now. So those guys give us 260 apiece. And then these guys give us 400. So this is probably just a good place to grind for right now. And yeah, because we can come in here, and this is going to be for anyone who doesn't, which is probably not all of you, who doesn't like that groaning stuff going on. Which I could just kind of tune that out, but we don't want to listen to that for hours on end kicking these jaguars around. Can I get that? No? No? Okay. Well played. Oh yeah, that's right. We're not turning on anything that I haven't unlocked yet, so we have flying armor. So I do want to, before I take off this gameshark code or whatever it is, I want to put that on deal damage. I'm too freaking awesome. That's why. So I want to keep this on because for this challenge and for the next challenge, maybe by the time I get the next challenge, then I'll think of something else. But there's going to be a reason why we'll need it. We'll want to have it actually for the next challenge as well. These moves look a lot cooler in my head than how they actually turn out. That's good, I guess. Of course, that's all my health again, but I like a meme where I can just kick him real quick. And I don't know how much he does to me, so... Last time I came through on my other save file, he did like 140. So let's maybe not do that. Did I? Okay. That's right. We do want to have the blocking wheel on because without actually trying the strategy at all. So we're going to be trying that all together. I have taken a look to see, how high off the ground both Valor is and the third form of Graham. Because you're just naturally going to notice that while playing the game. So it looks like both of those are going to be fairly simple to deal with. However, Graham has 3 forms. The first one is going to be fairly simple. It's going to depend on our ability to actually land on his head, which may not be as easily said as done. But I don't expect anything super crazy to happen. And then he has a second form. And the second form, he rotates balls around himself, 3 of them. First clockwise, then counterclockwise, then clockwise, then counterclockwise. And there's never a large portion of time where he does not have those balls in position. I guess they kind of look like meteorites or whatever. But there's almost not that much of a time in between where he does not have one of those either rotating to his side where he would definitely hit you if you tried to hit him, or on top of his head. So toggling may be somewhat out of the question. Like this. And he's only vulnerable in his head. So you can't slide kick him. So that will be the most interesting form to try and actually get damage in. So this, I didn't think he was almost dead. I just thought he'd die quicker that way. What we'll do is we'll level up once here and then go and try that boss again. So to go back to what I was saying earlier, so I did not sleep all that well last night because my body is still thinking that I need more food than what I do need. And so I need to listen to what my body is saying right now, even though I know that it can be more. And just kind of slowly integrate myself into my new diet. But things will get better. This guy's gonna kill me. One of these guys is gonna kill me. So to counter that, I'm gonna probably be eating food every 3 days and then my liquids the other days. Because I think the reason why I was doing it the way I was doing it is because in the past I had the habit of just trying to force myself to do things that I don't necessarily need to do that quickly. It's like, yeah, I know where I want to get, but it doesn't have to be done all at once. Because I can tell you, with absolute certainty for what I am doing right now, it does take a hell of a lot of discipline to be able to do. So I'm not even failing myself on that. I'm just overcomplicating things. Instead of saying, hey, you did a good job. Thank you, me. I appreciate what you do. It's alright to pat yourself on the back every once in a while. It's okay to be proud of things you've done. Even if the things you've done are spending 5 hours power leveling in a video game so you can do some ridiculous challenge. That still counts. You still did a good job. I wonder if your luck stat affects how often that blocking nail actually works. It'll also be real interesting to see at the very end of the game. Because I wanted to take advantage of him. I knew weird jerk was going to get in the way too. But the good news is once we level up once, I think we'll have enough more HP and defense that it's going to be less likely for me to die on that screen. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see at the end of the run, which I think I started to say, just how much of this stuff do we actually need. Is there a way to do it like in a much lower level? Do we need to be max level pretty much? I mean, final boss, I forget what his name is. Even though I literally just beat him like 5 times last week. I'm forgetting what his name is. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how much of this is actually needed. I was going to say, if I only needed, well, yeah, let's see if I can, before I head back, if I can kill enough of these guys. Really, if I'm concentrating enough, this guy should not even have an opportunity to hit me. Because as you can see, when he moves, I can move with him in the air. So it should be just one more. At least we're finally getting up to enemies where when we kill them, they give us a reasonable amount of experience for killing them. Couple that with doing this strategy of totaling off their heads, and you've got yourself a recipe for success. Of grinding 1,000 hours instead of 10,000 hours. Okay, so 812. Let's go ahead and give this another shot. So casually I go right, and when I'm doing the boss rush mode, I go to the left. But when I go to the left, I have to place Julius and Curly to take him out really quickly. Why is this not the strategy? I mean, it looks like he's hitting me, but he's not killing me. Okay, I did give myself 9 potions, 9 high potions. These guys, but they don't really do much. We're gonna be better off just kind of avoiding them. They're just going to deal extra damage to us that we don't really need to take. Okay, he hit us twice. That's correct. Oh, that was dumb. casually going through, oh, I would try to exterminate those guys pretty precisely. Doesn't really matter which way we go up. In fact, this is probably better than the other way right now. Now we can just fall right down the center and we don't have to worry about getting hit. And I say that, I finished that sentence right as we're getting hit. Okay. Wasn't sure which way he was coming down. There's no limit to like how many we can buy, but you know, I don't want to just rely on those. When it's like I could just like get good. That's the name of the game, guys. Just get good. Yeah, I just want to make sure you're absolutely coming this way. By the way, just get used to this animation. I was having to do this quite a bit because he's going to be floating around very slowly like this. And we've got to do a hell of a lot of damage to break these. Even at 300 damage a pop, you still got to hit them like 10 times or something. It's pretty ridiculous. Oh yeah, I don't think I did that on camera, but I did like a really, really low level run. I was like level 2 or something, fighting death. Oh, didn't quite hit that. So all I need to do is hit that orb right now. However, that's not going to be reasonable to do. Because then we're probably going to get hit. Well, there's always a chance of getting hit by the lasers, but we're going to keep getting hit by that thing on the right. So yeah, this challenge could take a whole hell of a lot more time to get this done out of the way, but I'm choosing to use potions that speed up the process a little bit, since we spent 14 hours on the last stream getting through like 3 bosses. And as far as I know, that laser he's got going on, that's complete RNG. And we do not want to break the lower 2 portions of that shell he's got around him, otherwise he gets 2 more lasers that randomly shoot wherever he wants. Okay, here he comes. Guess how I know. Guess. Actually, that's like a probably wasn't necessary. probably about half the health of the shells. Definitely something a little bit dangerous-ish, but not. Not because of its existence, but because of that laser. Just gotta kind of time it out in my head since I can't actually see him either, guys. I think we're gonna get him on the next Tokyo session here, and so I was probably right about not having to use that extra heal. So I'm not really thinking we're gonna be taking it here. It could happen though. It could happen to these guys. Okay, I do not see them at all. Saw the laser. And shield. So Valor is going to be really interesting. Maybe I didn't need that heal. Who knows? I could get hit by a laser here. I could get hit on Pogo. I could get hit by one of these guys because I timed the jump wrong. Okay, thanks for the indicator. The indicator is indicating exactly where we can be. And I was definitely wrong about how much damage he had on him. Try not to use any high potions until we get to Graham though. But we will restock our recharge our stock, whichever one makes any sense. Won't quite level us up because he only gives I think about 5,000 or 6,000 experience. And considering we're needing around 8,000 or 9,000 for level up, yeah. Okay, lucky guard. Otherwise, I'd have had that pop that last potion. Okay, another indicator indicating. That was reckless, guys. I've got nothing to say about that other than that was reckless. I could have quickly gone to the item screen, you can pop that last potion, we would have been good. So now we get another 10 minute fight with this guy, which I'm probably not exaggerating too much. Okay, I can deal with them being right there. I've done it before. I just don't like to have two of them that I need to hit. So for defensive purposes alone, I'm going to say that it's better than just do the kicks. Oh, this is actually not good. Oh, wait. It's okay, because I forgot we're doing this. Oh. Well, that's also good. got hit for pretty much no reason. Because I would have just been programmed the whole way up. Those guys would have come into play as to whether I was going to get hit or not. So we're not even going to bother with them. They can stay where they're at because once there's 4 out, no more of them will spawn. And they're never going to be in a place where we have to worry about them hitting us. So this will be even better than last time as far as our setup. Whether we do better or not, it just depends on how well I'm playing. And then maybe when you're playing, you can play a little bit better than I do. You ever think about that? Just do a little dance for no reason. Unfortunately, we do more damage to the shell. Because if you were looking, we did like 26, 28, something like that to the actual ball inside. There's a lot of balls in this one. Graham has some pretty big balls. I think they use Dracula. Okay. No, that's fine. See, that works too, because do that, and then I don't even have to worry about any of these guys. They're all on the left. You can completely bypass them by getting their kicks right. So far, the amount of damage we've taken is pretty decent. It's pretty manageable. Which means we might even actually be able to beat them, maybe, fingers crossed, without having to pop a potion, which would be even cooler. I just want to make sure you guys had a much cooler experience. That's all. That's why I got myself That's why I got myself violated, tortured, and murdered. It was for your entertainment. Are you not entertained? My accent's atrocious. Does this look infected to you? I want an AI puppy. Of course, I probably also get pretty bored of it too. Yep, only 27 of them. Okay. I took that kind of on purpose because I was testing to see if I could still pogo off of it once he reached his max height. Which we could not do. Okay, as long as I continue to play well, we've got 4 more hits that we can absorb, hopefully from lasers, and not from running into little men, or accidentally getting our pogo. Yes, anything that wasn't caused by us just being a complete moron and running into inanimate objects. Ooh. So that's particularly bad if you get a double hit there. Just want to make sure you're getting all the way down. That way you don't think that the shortest distance is going back the other way and crushing our skulls. See where that laser was going? Oh, damn. start button in case you get hit again. Pop the potions 2 at a time. I'm still hoping to not have to pop the potion at all. Pop a potion is adjacent to Father Time. Don't you do it, don't you dare. He was thinking about it. You saw that, right? You saw him thinking about blasting it upwards again. Just want to be moving in case he's shooting our way. You can shoot your own way. Thank you, Guard. Guardian of the Galaxy. You could do that a little bit more often so I don't have to worry about popping these potions, so. It's trying for it again. I'm like, let me get off this thing. I don't trust you. I don't trust what you're thinking, stinking Lincoln. I think I didn't go over there right then, didn't I? Did I? You son of a... No, I'm not gonna level up just 10 more times, that way we can definitely kill him without having to pop a potion. You can do that on your runs. Although I heavily thought about that. I think I didn't mess with them on the earlier bosses because I wanted to make sure I just had everything I could possibly have for death. But as we saw, like the man before, he's not really a joke. I mean, I'm laughing at it, but it's not really a joke fighting that guy. Still take the laser, we can still take it. But once we take one of those things, gotta heal up right away. I'm watching his laser every single freaking time. Just I'm getting myself in some of the worst situations. I don't know if these things are my fault or just bad luck or what. But I like to think it's the latter. And at least it's a ladder instead of a staircase. Damn it. I think just for the sake of just doing it, we'll go ahead and get, after we save up, we'll go ahead and go through our little river hallway there. Oh, you son of a gun. Bastard. Okay, that's the last potion. Definitely don't want to accidentally pop that super potion we got. If anything, I'll find some of that, like, extra tasty meat we get or something. There we go. I'm talking about all the stuff I might do if I get my ass reamed. Oh, we didn't get the soul though, guys. which is kind of common. And if you don't get the soul, you can't get it again. Until you restart the game. So unfortunately we will not have the Legion Soul, which it's a pretty cool thing. It shoots 3 lasers. And I'll have to show you it in a later video. So if you're trying to go through that hallway without getting hit by rippers or daggers, and without killing any of these rippers, you're gonna get a new ass moment. Basically. I have tried that before, trying to go through without any type of trying to figure out how I would speedrun the game, because I always like to go through and see if there's something that I accidentally find that other speedrunners wouldn't think of. Because if I'm going to run a game, I'm probably going to want to put my own twist on how it's run. Because I might find something that is faster that way. And if I do everything that everybody else always does, I can't really expect to get a better result. Because only the person who created those strategies is most likely going to know why they created them, why the strategies work, and know what to do if things go wrong. So it's too bad that I didn't sleep too well last night, because I had some cool things I wanted to get done, which I can start working on next week, for sure. Oh, that's a high potion. I was thinking that was a super potion that we could use for later. Fortunately, these are not icons. I mean, the only really cool thing about Cornetto is you get to fight him. This gold ring is pretty helpful. We can, while we're not fighting bosses, we can go ahead and pick this. We'll also be going through to get the rear ring as well. We'll pretty much go through and grab all the extra stuff. Pretty much head right over to the lore, to his whole area. We'll go ahead and grab ourselves another level up, since we're pretty close to that. And then probably won't be doing too much leveling up again until we get to Julius. Julius. Much harder with kicks. I am not messing with you. You have a cool soul and everything, but I'm not messing with that. In fact, I can't even kill these guys right now. Apparently we gotta skip over here. If we're gonna be able to do those rivers give us? 88 XP. So the good news now is that we have fixed the music. It's actually music instead of that horrible sound. But bad news is we spawned rivers. Whatever that plant is named. Dangerous. More dangerous. Okay. So, we're going to be not leveling up over here anymore. Guess why? There's areas nearby where we can level up. And just completely avoiding these guys is mostly usually. I say that as we just get our ass cream again. Really only this first arena with these rivers. But if it's going to be that inconsistent of me getting by that without taking like 100 points of damage, then yeah, we don't need to listen to that. Back okay. These guys are gonna kind of float around weird patterns, making it not necessarily worth fighting them. It looks like we're gonna have to take that teleporter back away. Get out of my face. Really close. Luckily, if we get hit by one of these zombies on the way, it's going to do some damage at this point, but still. A little too close for comfort. Alright. So you can press start to get through his dialogue a little faster. Is there any of this extra jump we don't want? Really don't want to get rid of that extra jump. I like having at least one of everything. Because, especially because a lot of this stuff in this game is actually really cool if you try it out. There's only a few weapons that I would call completely useless. Okay, so yeah, a little bit out of potions. Yeah, all the mind potions. Okay, we got all the potions that we can buy, and she's a free heal for topical. And we could risk it and try and get to the same point that's a few screens before the lore, but why do that? Well, we can just come down here. We'll save it. here and then hit back up. So there's enemies with comparable EXP values as what we were doing in the other area. Oh, by the way, now enemies will drop randomly 500 or 1,000 gold because we have that gold drop, or the gold ring. Which makes it very lucrative to stay on that screen where we had all those zombies and just tear them on up. I kind of want to kill this guy because he's worth 1,000 experience. And those gargoyles are worth 240 apiece. I only know those numbers because I was recently grinding on them when I think I got myself at the max. Yeah, I got myself at the max level in a game. Kill these guys. Get some more souls. Just want to gain the one more level up though. And we're so close to a healing to the save point, we can just kick guys and it'll be faster. Because we don't have to worry about, oh, we might die. It's pretty quick to level up too. I'm glad we didn't sit there and try and grind that out. Of course, before we go fight the boss, I have some fun little help for us to see what we can do. So we can't do that. We can come back and do that room, but we can't do that room yet. This room, I don't know if we can do this at all. I just know this room is normally hell. The fact that I'm getting through this even this good is nothing short of a miracle. So our reward is the Bow Monk, which is probably the third strongest weapon that you can find. And then you get the silver pistol, which I'm not too geeked out about that one either. That's really more for the ball points right there. It takes a lot of balls to do that, so. And it usually does not go anything like that. It usually goes, oh, you get turned to stone and you get hit for 200-300 points of damage by the spikes, which seem to scale their damage with how much max HP you have, yada yada yada, you're dead. And it only doubles. Pay attention. If you're stoned, you take double damage from it too. I have a tendency to fail this. You have to wait for them to show up and you have to be quick about your movements. So that was pretty good. Good first try. And for this, we get the rear ring, which makes rare items drop more often. And I forget what is in probably a piece of armor, which would make the most sense. Like, these guys are literally right here, so I'm like, let's kill them. There's a room with a rug that you gotta worry about, but we're probably not gonna die. Okay, that's a very strong skill. All you do is fire a laser. It's like, I think slightly bigger than the ones that they're firing at enemies, and it usually does about 73 points of damage 3 times to the enemy directly in front of you. So that's why I like getting their soul. But since we're doing kicks only, we're not hitting anything with it. And we will be let's think about this. We wouldn't get much else from that either. Okay, so Valor is going to be a little bit annoying because we've got to dodge his fist while we're fighting him. And if we can get it set up in second phase, which doesn't last very long, we won't have to worry about taking damage. So here it comes. How will we affect it? Like that. He's maybe a little bit less deadly than we were thinking when we posed that question. I forgot about how pathetic damage can be. So that is a actual reason why we should level up. Yeah, that's fine. Let's see. We've also got... Okay, we don't have anything yet that raises our strength. So let's go ahead and get that. There's something in particular that I'm thinking of that's going to raise our strength that we just want on principle. Like, that's the principle of having things. And once I grab it, you're going to understand. A lot of you probably already know exactly what I'm going for. I've already mentioned it once in this video, I think. In order to do this most effectively, we'll come out here. No, I don't think I mentioned it, but I was definitely thinking about it. So there's some problems with the weapons that you normally get in this game. As you can see, and I'm doing this because I'm not actually attacking anything. If we have like a hammer, it's going to swing like that. If we have the combat knife, it's going to punch forward like that. If we have the scallion, it's going to do that. And let's see, maybe broadsword does that. So a lot of them, you got to pay attention to, okay, what's the direction that this is firing? Also, if we have the, I'm just going to do this because I haven't seen what it does yet. We have the silver gun, and it's going to do that. It'll pretty much shoot whatever enemies in front of it on the screen. And I don't know how far off the screen those go. But the point is, a lot of them have very limited range in order to hit enemies, and certain enemies or certain weapons that you equip, they will have certain effects to them. Some of them have elemental damage, which will do more damage to enemies if they are weak to that element. And like I think it's called the Miscalian, is one that, or maybe it's a grunting, that will turn enemies to stone. Did we pick that up? Did we even go that way? Okay, we did not pick that one up, but yeah, I think it's the grunting that turns enemies to stone when it hits them. So there's definitely a lot of optimizations of things that, did I even get that? Or am I just wasting my time? Oh, it wouldn't be there. And also we're in the wrong place. So by now, if you play this game, you know where it is, you know exactly what I'm going for. And yes, we're still, even though we'll have it, we're still only pressing the A button to attack. So it will be kicks only. You jackass. I'd rather just reset it every time. So if you're trying to do like a hard mode speed run in this area where you just like haven't done any level grinding at all, trying to get through that section without taking hits or anything, usually no bueno. So there's three souls that do this, as that I know of anyway. Curly, don't we go through here and grab that? Okay, we went and grabbed the Everseed. So yeah, Curly, the Manicore, and the Devil Soul will do that. I haven't done that a little bit differently had I known that we already done that. So I think I grabbed that and I pieced out and I said, well, there's no way we can get through all this. We won't be attacking anyone in order to get it, so I would call it legal, just because I want to have it. Even if we don't use it, I might not even use it. I just want to pick it up. I just want to have it, guys. I just want it. It's the coolest freaking thing in the world. those of you who have played it, you know why I think it's the coolest weapon. I mean, technically, like, the final sword deals more damage than this sword. Technically, and that's conditionally. That's if you can aim it right, but it doesn't. It also doesn't have the attack speed of this sword, so we can't do an attack you want it here with our. Okay, let's not do that. Let's take that off. We'll soul set. Just a big skeleton. And then we can promptly get rid of it. So claim Julius. This is why I want the claim. Look at those enormous stats. That does get our strength up, and we may not use it. I mean, we'd only use it in battle to get that strength up. So this attack right here on those fish heads that are right outside, they have maybe like 300-400 health. It does like 200 and some odd damage to them, and it kills them in 2 hits. And you can see like the speed, both the speed and the range of that weapon. They are enormous, and they just wreck their face. Speed, range, the attack damage on that weapon. It's just, there's no comparison between it and other weapons. It makes coming back through this area where you were just hoping and praying to survive on your way over. You're just now laughing at everybody that gets in your way because you have big white-ish sword breaks face, and that's all you care about. Then you can couple that with the succubus soul, which we're going to get after the boss, shortly after the boss, and then yeah, everything is doubly sexy when that happens. Unfortunately, I do not know a way to skip the giant bat, because the giant bat is how you get to the hippogriff ability. I don't know any other way in that area. But that's because I don't know how to glitch the game heavily. Wait, what? Why do we have to go back from here? There's no reason we actually have to go back if you're like trying to speedrun or somewhat speedrun, you're gonna want to go through that way because it's faster. But we just want to visit some of the sites, gain some level ups along the way. Oh boy, do we need a lot for level ups. There's 16 experience. The kind of fun thing about these ectoplasms is that they cause curse, and if you put their soul in, they put the curse. So go figure. Super Mario stats. There's more to the area where the lore, more to the lore. We can visit some more There's some guys there. We'll visit them, get their experience as well. See, we're getting bone killers, which is going to add to our head jutsu. Speaking of. Let me also check. Did we get Triton yet? Because I don't think we did. Yeah, we did not. And that can very easily be something that's going to save us a whole lot of time. So let's go ahead and check it out. I think overall though, if you max out your souls, the Headhunter is going to be better. Right now, so let's go ahead and head up here and just head straight for the head. So yeah, we're gonna head straight for the area where Valor's at. So you can make that jump without the flying armor using back dash and doing a very extremely precise jump. I played through once doing it that way, and I actually got it. Like fairly quickly. I did it on like the second try, but then I went back and tried, and I was like, oh, I got a little bit lucky because I was trying to get it for like 10 minutes one time, and I just could not get it. Also, if you guys are noticing, you don't really hear my controller right now, which you probably did before. The reason for that is I have 3 controllers. One of them is being used for their PS4 controllers. One of them is being used on the PS4. One of them has been plugged into this, and the other one I just now plugged into the system. I wanted to have, in case friends were over, and also for this very specific reason. Because, I want to make sure that I've got good usable controller. But this one's the last one, and then after this one starts giving problems, then we're just going to have to order some parts online. Oh, you can't get it there, can you? I mean, you probably can. Well, you definitely can. Because we could bring like this guy over here, and we could bounce off his head and jump up there. I'll demonstrate it. I have nothing better to do than this right now. So maybe level up. This other direction that I didn't go. Oh, we're gonna go through that cherry. Maybe that's not a good idea. I'm just thinking about how much damage we're probably only gonna take. So it's gonna be more lucrative for us to just try and do the cherry. Or what's it called? Like a Castlevania? Just another one where there's way easier ways to kill them, but it takes way longer. That's okay, because I trusted it in my block command. fair about it though, that first time through it, I don't think we would have been able to make it all the way to the flame. Oh wait, actually we probably should have been able to. I just didn't want to go that way. I was scared. I was scared, guys. That's the only explanation I have for that. I knew the plane was in that direction, and I was scared. So to not make this take a million bajillion hours, just a million, we'll head straight over to the gladiator and mostly kill them. And whatever gargoyles are dumb enough to get in our way. Correction. Whatever gargoyles are dumb enough to get in our way twice. Still think that's, I mean, especially because we killed another gargoyle. Since we killed a gargoyle and gladiator, I think that's a little bit faster than if we were to sit around here and kill these three guys. It's just killing two guys here is the equivalent of killing like a screen and a half of the other guys. Oh, that's actually pretty good too. Thought I get you before we killed. Give that nice taste of money to make sure that we've always gotten ourselves stocked up. So we can maybe get the Soul Eater ring. I kind of doubt it. It's probably not going to happen this time, guys. Because that would be a quest of grinding a lot of money to make sure that we get souls for Headhunter. Which looks like, okay, yeah, you can do it, but not necessarily going to be that great. By the way, using those charging demons on basically almost any boss, like if you try and use it on Manicore, or you try it on, try that again, I don't know what it was. You use it on Manicore, you use it on Death, like, you are just going to destroy them. Even Julius, the hardest enemy in the game, he still takes buttloads of damage from those. And Julius doesn't take buttloads of damage from anything. So I don't know. Oh yeah, no, we're not going to be using that on Julius. I was like, no, this is kicks only. So I was thinking we could use that on, and I was thinking, well, that's gonna ruin the run. We gotta do the kicks, man. I promised you guys kicks. That's what we're gonna do. That's why Julius is going to ruin all our fun. Because we'll get them. We can get them, guys, but it's going to be stupid. I'm not going to promise you anything other than stupid when it comes to that. this guy does want to come out. I do not like his use of the uppercut though. Never mind, I was gonna pogo you, but you decided you didn't want to have fun today. Neither did that guy. Just now realizing I did tell you guys I was going up here for a completely other reason. Or at least I was thinking it pretty strongly. And I'm going to get killed before I feel that purpose. So we're supposed to be getting that right. Let's see, the Headhunter Soul is giving us 8 strength. So we can double that by getting the Triton Soul. So I think we'll want to teleport her twice once to get to a good save spot, which will be towards the beginning, and then we'll just farm that hallway a little bit. That's what I was trying to do. But then I still would have to deal with him, which if it would have gone that way, would have been okay. So I want to make sure that we've got a good save. Looks like last time I was up here, I didn't jump it because it moved a little bit weird. I don't know if you guys noticed that little bit of weirdness. If you're watching on YouTube, you can rewind, take a look at it. Let's see. This one. Yeah. I forget I had the poke ability. Apparently he is not good to pogo. This time specifically. Whip out your balls at me. Then you shove a spear up my ass. I feel like you want to be friends in the strangest ways. This is awkward because I'm trying to think of what the easiest way of getting through this is, and it's definitely not down there. I would pretty much have no choice but to go this way, but don't we? Yeah, we still gotta make a climb, so there's no guarantee that we're making it back to the same point, which is alright, because the whole point of this is to grind for a soul. But it would be nice to get back every time, that way we would have that experience. Because we're definitely going to be needing more level ups. Definitely am thinking that this is the only reasonable way to do it, is to fight literally just this one guy. This way we can keep a good track of what our HP is without having to worry about dying, and then head back when we got about 200 HP left. I was wondering if he's like dropped that or if it was actually the weapon they dropped. HP is not going to guarantee that we're going to live through this. Okay, perfect. 361. We've got some potions, and we made use of them. Is one area where it's completely excusable using potions to get through. Because that guy likes to knock us off quite a bit. Oh, wait. And then we're going the wrong way. We're going the flame way. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I'll just get back here and make sure that we for sure get a save in, and then we'll head back and do more grinding. And yeah, the first time I went through this game trying to grind and see how possible it is to get through hard mode, I did not make good decisions. I was like looking for every single thing that I could skip, levels, experience, fighting enemies. Level was really low going through. I was very hated in life, and I was convinced that because that section that we literally just went through with that demon and whatever, I was convinced that it was possible to do a hard mode speedrun in this game. Now, I'm sure that's not at all true. And I checked speedruns.com. I don't know if they do normal or hard or what all they do, but I'm sure there are plenty of people that run it. Because once you start understanding the mechanics better, and you start paying attention to, oh hey, these charging demons, or these charging souls are just broken as hell. Then you start seeing the game completely different. But then you still gotta be able to perform like your jumps and everything. The yumps. If you're Swedish, they're yumps. Here we were really close to it. Considering we had like 4,000 or 5,000 experience before we headed off in that other area to do that grind. So for death, because death is so random, and there's like very little that we could do to avoid taking damage and everything like that, death was much better dealt with having the defense. But war, as we saw, I was taking damage, and a lot of the damage I was taking was just actual damage. It's like, hey, you're taking damage, and really the reason why you're taking damage was you didn't really plan for that attack that was coming. Like, I definitely planned for it this time, but I'm gonna kill this one as well, and then I think I want to kill one more just because we can't really rely on those bugs, and I want to gain up a level before we go back to save. These give us about 320 apiece, which is pretty fast. But I still think that Gladiator is just a little bit faster. And it also kind of annoys me because I almost always take damage on it, no matter what way I'm grinding on it. Okay, and we got 500 gold. So let's go ahead and do this. Go this way and this way. We will set our guy to which we just got. And it's going to give us 8 more attack. Plus the attack damage that we got from leveling up, we might be able to do a decent amount. I really don't want to go into this guy without full HP though. Runs work, there's not much variability. They just either charge you randomly or they completely are unaware of your existence forever. Yeah, even now it's only 12 damage, which really isn't all that reasonable. Try and get a shot. that an actual shot. We may not. We're probably not going to give it, but I mean, it's got to be like an actual shot instead of us getting hit like literally every cycle. Okay, this is where you can probably get some hits on them. He's always going to dash down afterwards. Okay. Slow. Get hit by the one that I thought I'd get hit by, at least. Okay, then we have to wait. Otherwise, if we go any earlier than that, we are definitely going to get hit. And here he's just firing all kinds of random. Which is kind of good because then we only have to worry about him hitting us from one side at a time. There we go. And this erratic pattern is not working in your favor. Unless he tightens it up. With his right while he's swinging in on the left. I don't know what's going to be there. We're just gonna kill combats. Unless I really mess up enough. So we wait for the pound downward. If we go earlier, he's gonna hit us. I can pretty much guarantee you that every time is going to be the result. Now he's got a really bad pattern going on, it looks like. Now we're having to delay just to avoid getting hit by the left. I don't think I'll run out of potions, but I might. Yeah, that left bullying us does work in our favor a little bit, because we can... Okay. Now we're good. As long as I don't drop any inputs. This part's usually a lot harder. It takes a lot more time. But yeah, that left hand bullying us definitely made things a little bit better for us because we could get it in 5 hits per cycle without having to worry about getting hit. So this giant bat is awesome because that's going to give us a lot of movement. That was a cutscene skip from Starbucks. So yeah, only 2 bosses remain, guys. Or well, 3 bosses. I wasn't counting the final one boss. So we do have Julius. We have Graham is the next one on our list. Then we have Julius. Then we've got Chaos or whatever the hell it was. Enemy's name is. It's something in that. Although we're not going to be recruiting Rome in this run because this is not FF6. Whereas us Westerners only do it as FF3. So closest one is right here. And I forgot to tell this here. I just knew which one to go to. Because I've been playing way too much of this. Or not enough. So we're gonna come over here and save. On our way we're going to get our final accessory that we are definitely going to equip. There's another accessory on the way, I don't know what it does. I'm sure all these things have special extra things, but we're not worried about any of them pretty much. Let's go ahead and equip this now. It's called Giant Bat, but you can actually very shortcut. So this one is a good kill take. Not very interesting. As far as I know, the only way to get up to this is to either use Hippogriff or flying bat. There's probably plenty of ways to bridge up there or whatever, or bounce off enemies' heads to get up there if you got another skeleton, but other than that, we gotta find it. And it's right here. And we don't need a full MP bottle to get up here. Let's go get a decent amount. So we don't really need to farm those, but we're gonna jump up here. Hopefully things don't get this screwed. Good enough. And we've got two of these guys to fly over. This is the last accessory that I was talking about. We're gonna go and, oh! That was 5 more points of damage that we could have. So, we're not going to worry about that. Let's just equip the Satan's ring. Oh, or do we want the black belt? Yeah, we want the black belt. We'll just wait for that. That way we're not doing stupid long amounts of time on these fights. So I probably should have skipped all those vehicles, because we still got this screen, a huge deal. So we gotta get through this screen right here. And we gotta get through this screen, which I think we will get through most of this. So we're not quite done yet. We've got to... First we want to come over here and say... Pretty close to level enough, which will kind of help. We'll do this on the way. Because there's a couple of comps that we can with. Oh. Come back here and say that. And hopefully we have enough health for this as well. Which of course is going to rely solely on me playing halfway decent. Don't even have to play that great, just halfway decent to survive Cox. I mean birds, bastards. Do not want to get hit again after he's down. That would be double damage, and I think those guys do more damage if they actually hit you directly. Okay, that's one I can't do, so I'm going to do that. It's just nice having this. That's why I allowed punching at that wall. This guy has 9,998 HP, and the only reasonable way to kill him is by having that mantle that replicates does weird things. So we're going to go ahead and just get some experience on these cons again. Let's see how much these guys go for. These are a potential grind spot. Yeah, for 600 apiece, I'd say this is a really good grind spot. But again, this is not the initial goal right now. In fact, let me make sure that I have that. So unlike what other people may have told you, you do not need to go get the you don't need to get the books that explain these to you. There's 3 books throughout the entire game, and I only really remember where one is. That was in that little section on the way back from where you get the claim in. When you go back to the back way. So if you... I think we can take a look at it right here. Yeah, ancient book 1. So this tells us that the first spirit is a demon from hell's fire. The other one tells you that you need the bat. And then the third one tells you that you need the succubus. So we're going to go ahead and grab the succubus cube. And this is the only way to get through to basically the true type content. I have no idea how difficult these guys are going to be, if they're going to let me jump on their heads or not. I just know that when they hit you, they're very dangerous. Optimally, we will be bouncing off the walls as much as possible. I think I'll actually be the way we'll do this, though, is we will use the bat to get through to where we're just fighting one of the succubus at a time. All the way down here, go off screen, come back, and then press for change over. We're only fighting one succubus, and maybe having to deal with the gargoyle as well. That looks like we do need to deal with the gargoyle first-ish. So this went perfectly. We'll deal with this one. This one I can actually see if she's the lowest or not. And completely mistime my jump. Twice. Welcome to Aria of Sorrow, guys. Hey, we got through 2 guys this time, at least. At this point, I may want to try Graham once and just be done with it. Charging, she's always going to go after you at least once. But yeah, this is an issue, guys. There's not really a whole lot of good places to go. Succubi. Best thing I can think of is just going to accept that she's going to love our body and just hope that we can get her in exactly one that we can kill without getting ourselves killed. Maybe. And that's only sometimes. Sometimes she's going to drop off. We saw her about to drop off screen. They will drop themselves off screen and then be completely inaccessible. Like that. So maybe I can deal with this one now that everybody else is off screen. Had I survived, I would have gone back to save. Also, AI puppies are here, and they're amazing. That is like the most important thing that I could ever think of today. I don't know what it is. Like usually whenever YouTube has commercials, they're just like complete crap, just absolute garbage that I would never use in my entire life. But I just happened to see the AI puppies today, and then there's I forget what they call it, but there's also a ball that you can throw it, and it's kind of like a boomerang. No matter where you throw it, it will come right back to you. And it has a battery that just doesn't. They last a long time, apparently. The AI puppies, they look really cute, and they are very lifelike, and they charge by USB. Get away from there. I can accept hugs, but not you jumping off the screen. And also, I don't know how she got to hold me that fast when she literally just missed me. Sister's about to fall, which is pretty bad. I could deal with all the other ones, it's just these girls hit like a freaking truck. So dealing with them and all the other guys is pretty rough. Sometimes you just gotta dinger your wee little balls out there, pretend like they're big little balls, and see just what you can do. No! Damn you! Win that war of attrition as long as I don't get grabbed. Exactly what I'm going for. Oh, well, I thought I could. Probably should just call that one quits and just head back to heal. At least we get ourselves a pretty good grind spot with those basilisks. Yeah, we do have head on her, so not like equipped to anything else that much. I mean, Satan's Ring would give us less damage from enemies. That's unfortunate. This is way faster than going to a game over screen. we can do. There's also trying to. I think we gotta try and level up at least once or twice. How much do these get good? Because I accidentally went into this. Sure how I'm actually doing this, considering I'm like off screen half the time, or rather he's off screen half the time, so I can barely see him, and yet I'm still managing to juggle off of him for the most part. So either way, that guy's not going to be worth it, but how much experience did he give us? 1,000. So maybe if we can kick him, he would be worth it. But he'd have to be the only enemy on the screen. And by kick, I mean slide kick. If I randomly say if we can kick him or something like that, I mean slide kick. 100% of the time. Yeah, just because of how much more difficult it is to Kogo, that other guy, and how much more HP he's got, these guys are the much better one to try for. Because really we are killing 2 of those in the time it took us to kill 1 of him. And we get plus 200 experience. Yeah, giant bass, so instead of trying to fly, or instead of trying to jump over them in order to get in position, we could fly. I was going to go through and kill at least one more dude, but not now. I was wanting this to be around 2 hours, but did also really want to get that succubus sold before we go today. I'm gonna have to review literally all the footage if I'm going to write a script and summarize this entire thing for you guys. Because while I did diligently after the first 6-hour stream or so, go down all the details of that as I was going through. However, I did not so much do that for that 14-hour stream yet, and I'm definitely not going to be doing that after this little stream we got going on. So this is not as tedious as some of those can you beat like Final Fantasy 8 doing ridiculous things, or can you beat Final Fantasy 1 doing ridiculous things like Primal Liquid and Seer do. Those videos, they of hours to do. This one is going to take a decent amount of hours to do, and I knew that from the start. But there is that get good element that, I mean, we could see it in the floor fights. That all we had to do was just play a little bit smarter, and we were able to steal the win from him after just like a couple heals. In fact, I don't even remember if we got hit after I healed. I just know that we got that eye open fairly quickly after we did heal up. And from there it was pretty much all downhill. Because it was very hard to drop an input when literally, like what I'm doing right now is I am mashing the button. Just incoherently mashing the button, not mashing it very fast. You don't have to. But you guys will see in the next video. And I might even fight Graham like once in this video so that you guys can see we don't have to really worry at all about the first form as long as we can aim our jumps at all. Because he has no attacks that go up over his head. But the second form is where he goes to something. And the third form is just all about timing. I choose to do that because it goes through just a little bit quicker. And then I was unsure last video when we did this. I was like, I don't know exactly where Black Panther is. And I think that was literally last video, and not the first video. But Black Panther gets you through the game a lot quicker. Like mega buku way quicker. And I just realized something that I should have done. And so I got another soul that I want to get in this area. And it's going to make our grinding a lot less hell. And those of you that have played the game and know what the soul is, you know exactly what I'm going for right now. It's not you. It's not you down there. It's not you over there. It's you. So Reyes has a spirit where he's got a soul that when we grab it, it's going to give us 120 times or plus 120% experience points. So it looks like we do need to level up before we even try that as well. Well, actually. Don't need to go for it in this area. So yeah, we're definitely not getting any form of grant right now in this video. So go ahead and level up off of this. Reyes is over Valor's area. So we'll go back to Valor's area after we're done leveling up here. We'll fight some Marinas until we get their soul. Maybe call it a day after that, and then we'll come back here, do some more grinding, and ultimately get the succubus, and then we'll sweep out taking on Grant, who will be the easiest battle in the world. Sort of. Except for phase 2. And then phase 3, there's not a whole lot of, you just gotta dodge a laser. Make sure he doesn't grab your balls. But yeah, like I said, I hadn't practiced that strategy at all, but I could just tell by how low his eye was from the ceiling. I was like, yeah, I've got just enough room that I can Chun-Li his ass, Mario style. Pretty much relying a lot on blocking mail for Ram Part 2 mail. We might also try and Ninja Turtle his ass from the side. We almost definitely will be leveling up quite a bit before we actually do get a chance to beat him. And then we might be leveling up quite a bit more before we get a chance to. That's not really helpful. We want our offense. Literally, the extra defense is good for exactly one battle, and that is death himself. This one should be enough to level up off of. In fact, I know he is, unless I completely lost track of Titan's face. Because it should have been just under 3,000. They give us 3,600 between the two of us. Two of them. And that was their third set. Go ahead while I'm thinking about it. We'll pop up here. And we'll grab this item, which could be kind of handy. Well, probably won't, actually, now that I think about it. Because the only thing we would use that for is flying armor. Or that. And now the other unfortunate thing is that we've got to go through Hell Room, which is here. Hell Room was nice. And then a sort of hellish room. Oh, they're not there. Got the red Minotaur here. When you go through, like, the Chaos Realm or whatever, those guys are those arenas. give up just yet because there's some up there. And there might be an arena or two up there. There's also this spike room over to the right of us, which I really don't want to fight there, but will if I have to. That's actually where we will find that succubus. So it's a good thing we did come back here. No arenas there. Okay, we'll just go to the Hellish Spike room and kill some arenas there. Because why not make things way more complicated than what they need to be? I mean, still, regardless, this is much easier than trying to fight off 3 guys just because you lost your position very slightly. So now we're just fighting conveyor belts and, unfortunately, Medusa heads. And spikes. Many things cannot fly. Trees, rocks, spike. If you don't get that reference, you don't watch enough 90s style Disney. Yeah, this actually isn't too bad either. What's bad is trying to actually go through this room. Especially if you're missing as many levels as I've got or something. This worked out perfectly. I'm glad I decided to go this way, because this is much less hellish than what it could be. And let's see how much we get every time we hit one of those ranges anyway. Probably not a whole lot. Well, 500, that's pretty good. Okay, so we're working... Nobody saw that. We're working pretty decently on the track of getting our experience up. The Medusa heads are only worth like 3 piece, but the big guys, they level our nuts a little bit. If they don't kill us first. This one's trying. And I can always get knocked into a spike and take 200 to 300 damage. He almost had it. He might. Particularly bad RNG with whether I actually hit him or not. I have definitely hated that routing in the past. Trying to go through the area fast without hitting it. And that room that I don't think we even went into, it's got lubricants in it, and I really should have been fighting one at a time. So I'll show you. It's got lubricants, and these statues kick you as well. Those lubricants are really good at hitting you, and it's really annoying trying to get that item. We can maybe make it with the giant bat to get the item. very likely win by the way back. But if we get the Black Panther, then we can speed through there very quickly. The whole point of this is to be a challenge run, so we don't necessarily need to get all the items or anything, but you know, some of them are nice to get. Actually, I think that might be another sword. Now that I'm thinking about it, I can't remember which one it would be. Let me show you that cool sword that we need to get, though. That was a skeleton. Was it a skeleton? Oh, it was that one. So a little bit bigger of a hitbox than most swords. Oh yeah, that's why we got last time, because we took 256 fights at 258. Right now, I don't think there's any better place that we can really find in order to fight these. Because it needs to be both be a place that's near a save spot that we can actually save after we beat them. And B has got to be a place where you can actually kill them down to a whole bunch of shit. And while this is extremely dangerous, we'll see how quickly we can die. In fact, we haven't gone back to save like 3 times in a row after fighting them at all. We didn't even get a chance to kill them. I mean, that's not good math. That's not really working out the greatest for us, but we are getting to kill some. And we will eventually get this. And then all we gotta do is jump up here and grab some of this. And then we can be back on our merry way, trying to get some stuff in. Get a hit there, and a hit there. Definitely want to get the kill now. And then mash fast enough. I think you mash fast enough and you're not going to get clocked. I also want to get that kill. Oh, damn it. I was trying to go back and save that, but that was very sloppy how I did it. Also, I think the game ate my double jump when I tried to get out of that pit. Yeah, we can see that the rugs are almost falling off of their damage. Yeah, so it's definitely a decent amount of luck that I was able to kill both of them that first time around. And I kind of knew it was. Also, by not mashing too fast, that will save on the controller a little bit. So there's a good side to that as well. Because the buttons on that other controller, they are busted enough to the point where they're sticking, which can cause some big issues when you're trying to do precise things like phosphorus. Which I probably shouldn't even be trying to do on the file that I'm doing, because I didn't even get Legion. And so I think there's probably using Legion or some other non-curly souls on the bosses is going to make me go a little bit quicker. Because my setup right now, I'm just not doing quite as well for speed. So I need something set to my fire, my red souls, better than what I've got. Right now I'm switching off between Claim and Final Sword, which seems to be working pretty good overall. And I'm using Curly for like death. And I already got on my one on the right, I already got everything except for I can't go back to Legion. And that includes getting the Fiage or whatever the heck the sword is that you get for completing boss rush in less than 4 minutes. For some reason I'm just not even getting close on the other one. Even though I swear I've got a better strategy. I think I was like 4 minutes, 20 seconds or something. I seem to be doing better. Because I'm going a little bit further out of my way to avoid getting hit by Medusas. Though I did really want to save that soul because I was going to help with Headhunter. Which at some point I should really look up this stuff for you guys, because we're probably going to be playing a decent amount more of this, but it's all going to be challenge mode stuff. And I was mentioning it in the Dark Souls video that we did yesterday, and I think even the video before that I do have the next challenge run figured out for what we're going to do for Aria of Sorrow. And I'm going to keep a lid on it right now. It's a decent one. I think it's all going to take us around maybe 14 to 20 hours to finish, because that's about what it can take and it might even be like faster than that. Because there's the accumulated experience that I get on the bosses. I'm getting an ad for Battlefield right now. I've never played Battlefield in my entire life. And I probably never break that trend, but I think it's kind of dumb how it's advertised to me. I've had Steam exactly one time in my life, and I think I couldn't even decide on it. Everything just looked like total garbage to me, and I just could not bring myself to go through Steam in order to try and find something. I can't be convinced that there is anything on Steam for me. showcasing it before they had finished it. But it's so there's a board game called Super Dungeon Explorer, and I don't think they were the creators of the game itself, but they were creating the meta content for what exactly they were doing as far as why they were making it, whatever. But yeah, they were making a video game of Super Dungeon Explorer that was downloadable on the PS4, which kind of made me sad because I was like, don't download games like this. I don't think there's a single game that I've ever downloaded. And last time I remember doing anything at all for online play was specifically I was playing Super Mario Maker 2. Things like that. Yeah, of course you want to play that online. You can make your levels on your own and play them on your console. And if you got like a lot of friends and want to come over and have everybody like stay in one room playing cards while another person just spends like 5 hours making level or something or working on a level, then that things work out great. But for like the best experience that you go with me online to check out a lot of that stuff. But there's a big problem about playing it online if you're not just specifically going on to create levels. And that's the fact that there's people, and I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with it, but there's people that make Kaizo levels and troll levels, and so the troll levels are maybe a little bit dickish. I mean, that's pretty much straight up. You're kind of a dick if you're making a level that's just a complete troll, and that's like its only purpose is to just piss off the player. Now, there are some instances of troll levels being done well, but then there's the Kaizo levels, and for those of us that don't want to learn how to do double flame perfect jumps or shelf jumps or anything ridiculous like that, we just don't want to play those levels. They aren't fun. Pretty much if you go past, for any normal player of the game, if you go past the expert level into super expert, you're just not going to have any fun with any of those levels, except for it's just a few of them. And because I like some where you gotta do the spin jump to win. I made a level spin to win, where you had to spin jump off of Spinies, and then you had to spin jump off of the swamps in order to get across a gap. And it was decently hard. I felt like that was a pretty decent challenge, and I could have done a lot more with the level. It was just something fun. Because I always wanted to be a game developer. And that's why I am a game developer now. But you guys check it out, guys. Check it out on YouTube. It's on the way. It's a board game right now. It's going to be a video game. Board game right now too. That was the other stuff that I could have been working on. Got a little bit sick. A little bit tired. you gotta allow yourself to get a little bit sick, a little bit tired some days, and some days you can work through that stuff, and you just gotta feel recognized. Is this a day where I'm just burnt out? Is this a day where I can still get something done? And whether it is or it isn't, I mean, this is I do that. I try and get back out there the next day. We're getting this right. That's all we got. So far, I've killed a lot more Medusas, though, and I know that there are at least 2 stars. Like they have a star ranking system. It's easier to follow it down. Where it's like 1 star souls appear often, 2 not so often, and 3 is the super rare ones. And I think these Medusa heads appear at a 2 star. And I'm not sure if Aria is maybe 2 or 3 star. And as far as I know, Galore is the only one of the bosses. Galore and Death are the only ones of the bosses that drop their soul 100%. I'm pretty sure those are the only 2. And what really sucks is Legion should be one that drops the soul 100% of the time. Because you can find the other guys anywhere else in the game. But Legion you can't. So I think that's kind of really crappy game design. I think that's one of the few things that they dropped the ball on when it came to this game. I know Legion does a really cool thing, but I'd like to see that here. And of course, as I said at the start of the video, I found out, hey, yeah, I can totally manipulate all the drops in this game that I'm not happy because there's no fun in playing speedrunning the game for me if I'm not going to know what the outcome is, and the only thing I'm trying to do is just play a little bit better. It's pointless, mind-numbing, it's not fun. I was learning how to speedrun Shining in the Darkness, and that was a decently fun run for me. I think I got it down. I got it down to like 11 hours speedrun before I just said no. And now people are manipulating the entire prize. As far as I can tell, they're like manipulating the battles as well. And it's like, okay, so you know what battles you're going to get, you know what items are going to drop, you know what to do every single turn against the boss. Why are you overthinking this? I don't even understand why it's a speedrun. Especially when there's way cool things that you can do, like manipulate the trigger in order to give you pretty much any item in the game can be manipulated based off of how you made your character at the start of the game. I think that part is just way more exciting than, hey, let's already have Movement exactly what to do. the entire time. We know exactly what it was we're gonna put in. And don't get me wrong. I mean that can be impressive to watch, kind of, but I would not want to be the one actually driving the bus when it happens. Because I think, while I would never do it myself, I do think like the Dragon Oil one speed run it looks pretty cool when you're doing the 23-minute. Say that. I was like, I don't care. I'll take the hit for the spike instead of running into this Medusa head and then getting the spike for twice as much damage. So that is a legal one that we use. That might actually be helpful to use. So keep that in mind, guys. If I completely forget to do that, you guys will have video documentation of me saying that. But I think we'll be able to do it with or without it. Honestly, for the most part, Grant's kind of good. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, if you have a short-range weapon, it can be difficult if you can't figure out how to dodge on the third phase at all, or you get impatient while fighting him, then you can get messed up that way too. I mean, he's not difficult to get like, any of his reactions are much harder to him. The one for Super Castlevania 4, he's a lot harder. But yeah, if I haven't said it yet, guys, I'll say I beat the only two Castlevanias that I care about on the NES, and I'm not the ones that you're thinking. Castlevania 1 and Castlevania 2 are the two that I beat. The only ones that I care about on the NES, because I played Castlevania 3, and it was a frustration fest of you get knocked in the pit now, and that's it. I got all the way up to the second form of Dracula. I think just one time, and then I didn't figure out that you had to just take off, you basically had a shield on, you had to take off all the shields. I figured that out halfway through the fight when I was down to one hit left, and needless to say, I didn't get through that phase because I didn't figure out the gimmick. Because I had no much of it to play. I just played it on my own. I was like, okay, let's see if we can beat this. And I hadn't got as much motivation to beat it as I did for Castlevania 1, which it just turned out that's pretty much what it is. It's like, okay, yeah, you gotta fight that. That's pretty much it. I mean, Death and Dracula were pretty much it. There wasn't a whole lot there. The Hell Hallway before Death was somewhat difficult, but all in all, it felt like it was a really beautiful game. Something that I didn't feel like was real until as a kid. I didn't feel like it was that easy. But I was getting mad out of it. I was frustrated. I did not enjoy my playthrough tracked me perfectly and put that flame in the center. Like I think he traps you in flame, and then he has a third flame that shoots up the middle. I'm gonna die here. Oh, I still might die here. I was just trying to use flying armor. I was like, oh wait, I've got the bat. Yeah, I can get out of here without getting hit. Yeah, that was my only takeaway though from playing Castlevania 3 was, wow, I wish I was playing Super Castlevania 4. And so what I do, I shut it off after I went through the final level. I don't think I either didn't make it out to Dracula or I made it out to Dracula and just died right away. And I was like, I don't want to do this. I do not want to play this game ever again. And then I shut it off and played Super Castlevania 4, and I was like, yes, this is so much better. I mean, yeah, there's some jank in it, whatever, but it is so much of a better game in every way possible. So if you guys want, I'll go through Castlevania 1 and 2 for you. That won't be that big of a deal. Like, I don't particularly think that Castlevania 1 in no way do I think any part of it's really fun. I love the speedrun factor of it. Maybe that's just because I really like watching TV Souls videos. So that's probably why I like the speedruns of it. But for me to sit there and play casually, like I don't think any of the music's particularly good in it. Not by any means. That's just me. I never thought that the graphics were that good on it. Even Simon's Quest is easily still my favorite on the system. That one's still not even that great. Just ignoring the usual flaws that everyone talks about, like the day to night transitions, night to day. I mean that stuff is pretty excusable, but I mean you start developing a finer palette for games as you go through your life. So like there isn't a whole lot to the game. Is the issue. I mean, you've got bosses that aren't really bosses. You can cheese every single one of them. You don't need to fight the Medusa boss at all. Dracula's a joke if you use like any type of tactics on him. Oh, I don't even think I used the fire trick when I first beat him. I think I just figured out its pattern, which isn't much of anything. It's just him rotating around the screen. I'd say overall, Castlevania on the NES was a pretty, I guess I would say a mundane experience for me. And then when Castlevania 4 came out, I was like, well, hey, just like pretty much every other game on the Super Nintendo system, they just bumped everything up by a way to Julius. And it was great. Super Nintendo had the most wow factor for me growing up because I played Metroid, and a lot of people played Metroid when it came out for the NES, and let's be honest, the game is kind of awful. It does have the coolness of an exploration factor. There's a lot of people that my sister was loving it, and I think a lot of females love that game because all of a sudden there's a female protagonist, and that just wasn't a thing. It never had been. All the action movies of the 80s and 90s, you know, they all had like Arnold Schwarzenegger or Sylvester Stallone, and it was always men. I'm sure there were things like Charlie's Angels and whatnot. The females were really cool protagonists, but I mean that was the first time in any video game where the female was lead. You didn't even know the entire time. It was just like the developer's secret, and they even said that Samus was a he in the instruction book. So I mean, other than that, there was a lot of flaws in the game, and I think that Nerd covered it pretty well. All the issues with the game. By the nerd, I mean angry video game nerd for any of you that have never heard of it. I'm sure most of you who watch my videos probably have seen, because I do a few retro videos, but I really want to play things closer to this era. So anything that's really over 10 years old, we probably won't be playing a whole lot of, but just so happens those ones feel the most right for me to speedrun. That's why we're doing Contra 3. One of my favorite games from the Super Nintendo system is just the Contra 3's. It's difficult. I mean, I'd always stated that, hey, before we started on the speedruns on it, I had already beaten the game, but I had only beaten it once, and it was about a year and a half prior to now, and I'm forgetting some of the strategies, mostly the strategy for that's kind of biting me in the butt right now is the strategy for when you get to the final boss and you're trying to dodge the arms. So there's a manipulation for that I need to figure out, because I'm trying to trade on him, and trading is not working. I'm using up all my bombs, using both my crushers very quickly. It's a wrong and things just aren't working out. But I think people can tell that I have beaten the game. Just even though I was struggling quite a bit at first, it only took me 3 days worth of attempts to actually get to the end of the game. It's just I'm not getting further than that. In fact, I found in my second stream attempt that I got all the way to the end. And I just, you gotta really get consistent at it. Then we got a shooter challenge that we're doing next, but yeah, that and Joe and Mac were two of my speedrun ideas. This one, I was thinking about it heavily until I saw what it was, and I'm like, no, I really don't want to speedrun that way. But we do have Super Mario that I'm going to be getting back to. we still got Super Mario Galaxy. I've gotta clear out some of these games that we're working on right now to make room for that. Because I don't want that to be a thing where we just don't do it, because I saw something for a video that had another one of Mario's power-ups. I can't remember what it was, but so far I know that we can turn into a bee. And that's it. There's probably way more power-ups than that. I never knew. Otherwise, that wouldn't take me, 25 years after it's released to actually pick up games. Probably hasn't been that long, considering it was for the Wii. Oh yeah. This is exactly what I want. I love getting a sword through my back every day. I just can't live without it. So I'm still gonna say, oh, we're almost up. I'm still gonna say this is worth the time investment, just because I have a feeling in order to beat Julius, we're gonna have to get up to at least level 75. Like that's not even a joke, because trust me, Julius is not a joke. No matter how we fight him, he is not gonna be a joke, and he will show you. Pretty much the damage that I did on Galore is probably going to be how much damage. I'm not talking about second phase, I'm talking about first phase against Galore. That's probably going to be the damage that we're going to do against enemies. So we can only probably expect to see a Pogo for as much as 30. And he has 60,000. He has 6,000. Damage for us to run into him, and around 180 damage if he whips us. He's pretty agile, even knowing his attacks and everything. He is pretty good at counterattacking, so unless we are really good at kicking him like that or something and getting out of the way, we're going to take damage. Unless we get really, really good at it, we're going to take damage from him. And I'm talking about ridiculous levels of dodging. So I'm only going to maybe survive this because we guarded against spikes. I don't think transferred really well to the Super Nintendo. There's a lot of people that argue one way or the other, but for me, Super Mario 3 was where it was at. Because I liked all the cool power-ups you got. You got 2 power-ups in Super Mario World, which was really what kind of helped me. You got Yoshi, but Yoshi I didn't like because he was an invincible vehicle, was still a fun game. It was worth playing. It was worth playing through. I probably played through it 2-3 times, and I think that was pretty much good enough for me. Super Mario 3, though, you got the Chun suit, you got the firepower, you got Tanuki suit, you got the frog suit, you got that jackhammer suit, which was the most freaking awesome thing ever, because it killed everything with one hit. Tanuki suit was pretty good too, because you could be invincible and just stomp on something to death and not have to worry about getting hit yourself. First game was not a good game whatsoever. It had elements that, if they were done right, it could have been a good game. It was definitely different, and they definitely dropped the ball on creating something faithful to even the comics. Like the only thing that was faithful was like some of the bosses were faithful to both the comics and the series, but mostly it was just random enemies that made no sense. Then you had Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2, the arcade game. Solid game. Beat 'em up. It was a little bit rough. Me and my brother finally did beat it. I think there was a hard mode. Or maybe the game was just hardest enough anyway. But we did beat it on the hardest setting, and it did have the hardest setting. But it was hard. It was more hard than enjoyable, and I remember I kind of wanted to beat it without my brother's help, so I started practicing without him for a decent amount of time. Made it all the way up to the snow area, and he was like, I want to jump in. I was like, okay, you can jump in. I didn't tell him. I just kind of didn't want to play with him at the time, but just because I didn't want to feel like I was the whole thing. That was what I was feeling at the time. And I thought it would be cool if I could show him that, hey, I can beat this game on my own, so maybe we can get it together. And it was a little bit about kind of feeling inferior to him as well, because he always seemed to be a lot better at the games that we played. I still feel like that's kind of true. It is, whenever we start playing a game for the first time, he seems to be always better at it. He definitely is, or at least was better at the Metroid Prime games than I was. But that was because I hadn't even gotten to know the Prime games. And he had found a way to beat them all on the hardest level. And the one that I haven't beaten on the hardest level, well, actually I haven't beaten 2 or 3 on the hardest level. I know that I definitely could beat the third one on the hardest level, and I could definitely beat both of them on the hardest level. I've had Metroid Prime 1 for the longest time, practicing on that. I know that there are different games, but they basically play the same. And I always forget about power bombs, so specifically in those Prime games, because the pirate boss is a lot easier if you use power bombs. Those Paramount aren't for him, those are for his little pirate buddies. Although they are kind of for him. Okay. Or not. I'll take it. Yeah, there was Donkey Kong games, and Donkey Kong Country came out, and it was way better than Donkey Kong on the NES. But I only really played the first one because I really hated the fact that Donkey was not in any games. Like that was, to me, that was just like an unpardonable sin. Literally, his name is literally in the title, and you won't even give him like a cameo in his own game. Like, what the hell are we even doing here? But that was one that I felt like I was so frustrated playing it, trying to figure out the barrel blast was really, that frustrated me to hell and back. And then you had to do the minecart area as well, where you, I think you call it minecart area, where you had to grab the oil or whatever to make sure that it goes a little bit longer, and you had to hit the switches to make sure that you didn't fall off, and it was just a whole big freaking stupid thing. And then you hated the fact that if you had lost Donkey, which you're probably going to choose Donkey to lead, because you don't want to get hit off what you're doing and fall into the floor, and it just ends up being a really big thing, and you can't even get to a save point. So you end up having to do like the same 3 to 5 levels over and over again. Or however many it was, I can't remember. I just remember I was so traumatized by that, and that alone was like, nope, no thank you. The 8K rule took me a while to figure out as well. It wouldn't take me as long to figure out today, because I'm more used to figuring out patterns now and being patient and waiting for my time to strike that you just wouldn't kill me as I said. I definitely don't think I would get him on the first try, but I don't think it would take me 50 tries like it probably did the first time. 50 seems to be like a good number when I'm explaining how many times I've died in some games. It's usually pretty accurate. Unless we're talking about Super Goals and Ghosts, when I had died. Well, there's another game that transitioned really well from the NES to the Super NES. However, I played both. I played Super Goals and Ghosts before I played Ghosts and Goblins. And I can say in every way possible that Super Goals and Ghosts is a harder game than Ghosts and Goblins. but the other got really good at it, and then I guess in that case he would have played Super Ghosts and Ghosts, got really good at it, and then just was basing Ghosts and Goblins off of how good you were at Super Ghosts and Ghosts. But you didn't remember that 300 times that you died on the very first level just trying to get by and figure out how to use your different. Yeah, you totally forgot about that. But that actually is something that happened. Assuming you played it. But, yeah. And so you play through it the first time, and it's like, okay, this was hellishly hard. I think I can beat it the second time. But the thing was, you had to beat it with a goddess bracelet. And so if you were like me, you probably only beat the first round because you finally got through the level and you had the crossbow, which doesn't do a whole lot of damage, but the range of it, the trajectory of your shots are sitting to where you're probably going to be able to hit. I think it's Astaroth and Neveroth are the two final bosses before the final boss. So Astaroth would be the first one, and his lasers are hard as hell to avoid, especially if you have to get real close range with him. So he will switch off between that and using his big fire move. And so you probably could have cheesed him pretty easily with the bow, because you're gonna always know where he's gonna try and shoot that laser from, and you're gonna have enough distance between you and him that you're not gonna have to worry about dodging that much. But yeah, he's got Goddess Bracelet, which does tons of damage if you're right in an enemy's face. But you gotta use that if you want to beat the second move and fight Julius, the final boss, which I literally just remembered his name. And he's kind of a joke, especially if you've watched anyone play the game before, which I actually had before I finally decided to try really hard to beat it. In fact, I watched TJ do his GDQ run, and that's how I knew how to cheese Sardius. And I don't feel bad about it at all. Because, it probably took me like 50 hours or more total gameplay just to get up to the final boss, which I pretty much count the fighting, I think his name's Astaroth and Neveroth, and then I spent, 12 to 18 hours just trying to beat him. Beat that duo. And even if it took me like maybe an hour or something to beat Sardius, it still wasn't anything compared to what I had just gone through. And I shit you not, that battle was so hard that I decided I had to make save states right before the battle and reload them. I wasn't going to accept it had I tried to do some save states in the middle of a fight or something, and it's just like, oh yeah, I was able to beat him. It's just like I already knew I could do the part hard for him. It's just, fatigue sets in after a while. You don't want to have to do something you've already done 50 billion times just so you can beat a game once. So that's probably the only thing I would do differently is I wouldn't use save states in order to win that battle. I loved Contra. I liked Super Contra. It was just, it was like a Contra game. It was like, yeah, Contra, I gotta beat it. Just, I don't know, something just fun about it. In fact, I would probably argue that I liked Super Contra better than Contra, just because the graphics on Contra just didn't really feel that good. The gameplay felt better on Contra 1, but the graphics just Then they made fire a legit weapon. It was actually the strongest weapon, which was pretty cool. When you went to Super Contra. And then of course you had the DuckTales with the Beat theme, which was freaking awesome. That on the NES, DuckTales obviously like my favorite, but I had a very close second favorite, and that is the Super Mario Brothers 2 ending. That one is really good. Then Ninja Gaiden had Unbreakable Determination. Yeah, their Ninja Gaiden for Super NES, I'm sure would have been amazing as hell. And technically there was, but it was just a trilogy of the first 3 games. I ended up reading that one day, and it was kind of cool. There was like slightly up graphics. I don't know how much of the gameplay was different. I'm sure you can do some glitch on it though. But that was another really good thing about Donkey Kong was they had the Donkey Kong theme. Of course, Donkey Kong looked a lot better. Talk about the opening theme when you first turn on the console. Donkey Kong, of course, looked a lot better in that game than he did in his Mario Kart counterpart. I was retracting my kick, and that was the only reason I didn't hit him. But, yeah, they also had, the underwater thing was pretty cool, and then the cable fight was amazing. Another good game with good cats. I always get the name of it wrong, but in the desert area, there was what, Phantom and Rose or something like that. Theme in Secret of Mana. It's like I specifically remember not liking that theme as a kid, but when I went back to listen to it as a young adult, I really liked it. I had to pause my game and just, or I had to put down my controller and just listen to it. That was kind of a little bit of a leaping moment right there for me. Was listening to that as an adult. I was like, wow, this is amazing. I don't know how much longer we're going to be doing this, guys, today, because I'm already almost an hour and a half longer than I wanted to be. So I really do want to get this sold. I'm very determined to get it, but at this point, it's looking to me not worth it to even try and get it right now. Because I ran out of water a little bit after the stream started. And I'm not wanting to get up and take a break, grab some water, but I might even do that. In fact, if we don't get it on this next guy, I'm going to pause it for just a moment. I'm going to go grab myself some water. And then I'll be right back with you guys. And I'll probably just leave the mic going. So you guys will be able to hear me in the background, but you don't need to hear that if I've got to go to the bathroom. That's the only thing. There's such thing as too much sharing, and I think that's the line that we don't want to cross. Yet. I'm going to kill him one more time, and then I'm going to take that quick break. Assuming I don't get too wrapped up and kill both of them here. Okay, decent. Definitely gonna get both of them. Or am I? No, I'm not gonna get both of them. I've done that too many times to know. Yeah, I'm just not gonna be able to get that. So I'll be right back, guys. Give me just like a minute or two. button anyway. So you gotta unplug it and plug it back in. Or at least that's how I get mine to work. It's not working. So it's no big deal. Just unplug your USB-C to it and plug it back in. Getting some good card energy. Really good card energy. That's the thing, I really would have expected to have gotten it by now. Usually when I'm grinding souls in this game, it doesn't take this long. And I really thought about it, I was like, no, there's not really a possibility that I would have gotten it before because we didn't come to this area or the other one until just today. We would have had no reason to. I mean, we may have tried once to go through that hellway, and that way we could get upwards in that area that starts with a beam skeleton and a gargoyle, but as far as going all the way through to where we'd find windows, we wouldn't have done that. I can double check and see if we've got the soul, but I'm pretty sure we don't. So I can't think of anywhere else he would have been. I know his brother is over at the clock tower, but that's a gray version of him. And then that would be over here where the headhunter is. Because that's a scat routine. We're gonna try it. I mean, I haven't never used it before, but we're gonna try it anyway. I did not like that position we were in. So yeah, since I'm doing just a little bit better. A little bit of dropping the mic, and it even went out again after I plugged it back in. So yeah, I'm doing a little bit better when I turn into my map form, dodging these arrhythmias and Medusa, but even at that, still not getting through this super clean. Okay, that was pretty good. Anytime I can at least hit him when he hits me is good. I was thinking I was almost doing pretty good until I got turned to stone and got hit. So I wanted to try and kill at least 2 of them every time now. Should really only be are meant to have the bat soul to come through here, and you pretty much are meant to have the bat soul or be really good at killing the lubricants in order to get through that room with the statues and the lubricants that I showed you, which is right above this room. In case you're getting lost on any of this at all. I just happen to know the game pretty well because I've played through it a few times. Probably a few dozen times. Never so much that I've been grinding half as much as what I do in this. I mean, even grinding to 100 isn't super terrible because there are enemies in the final area which will give you 3,000 experience apiece, and yeah, they aren't super difficult to murder. Assuming you have a claim and something this. That'll make you want to use curly on them or something. Good. I think I got that a little further. I can't 100% trust myself to be able to get around the Medusas and not mess around with them. So it's kind of interesting the way that the screen for the VBA had to get more water. It's interesting how that is overlapping. I'm watching as if just to be kind of like watching with you guys. I'm watching my stream as if I was watching somebody else's stream, except for I've got my Visual Boy Advance right over that screen. Well, at least I hit his head instead of hitting his sword, so I took less damage. I definitely think that should have hit, and I think that should have hit. I guess that's the most likely thing to actually hit him. Okay, well, at least we weren't still when we did it. Yeah, in those situations, it's best to just stomp him in the head. I say that because he didn't release it in bad form so that I could slide like I wanted to. Definitely pressed R to release it, but I got it. For some reason, it didn't respond. Try and forget getting some strats here. Going for 3 It doesn't matter. This is just so freaking slow anyway. It's better for me to risk dying. Because overall, it's just going to pay off. Must have leveled up again. Not too long ago. While I wasn't paying attention. Because I remember us having like less than 9,000 to go. Last time I was paying attention. Okay, one out of the way. I'm pretty happy with how I handled that. That's okay. Might be able to kill 4 of them this time, guys. Nice. Sometimes you gotta rely on that armor. Oh, that paid off. We only didn't take massive amounts of damage because we got saved by a head. Yeah, we maybe could have gotten 4, but it's not as likely with that low range field. I think I took maybe one more hit than I should have. Actually, if you get hit by one of the deuces on the right side of the conveyor, you've got plenty of time to get out of it. And I guess if you're mashing really, really fast, then you still don't have to worry about falling into the spikes. Because you have a decent amount of iframes after you've been hit. That really only applies to stone because I've definitely gotten double hits from Death's Sight plenty of times. Nice. Little guard action. I'm trying for it. I don't care. Statistically, this is not something you want to go for. I should try to jump on his head. Statistically, this is not something you want to go for. Didn't matter, we didn't get it. What does matter is that we are upping to kill more than just one. I think this is probably going to be the final time through right now. And if we don't get it, we don't get it. I've already given plenty of time into this, and I can feel my body just not wanting to do much of anything right now. Because I was getting numb before last night, and in weird ways, and I don't want to keep having to deal with that. So, take a break from this, make sure I got some water, and then head to bed. go out with the win here. Nope. Alright. That is going to wrap us up for today. Yeah, kind of an awkward time, but, I mean, kind of, well. I think we will play just a little bit more. Maybe not a whole lot more. Wrap it up pretty soon because I'm starting to feel the kind of not good that I felt last night, and I don't want it to keep carrying on. I mean, I do have all of Saturday, which I don't have to worry about much anything, and I'll definitely be feeling good, better on Saturday, but let's not beat up on ourselves because we're trying to do new diet stuff and we're trying to get things just right or anything. It'd be nice to get through a line. Save some of that experience for later. That's the thing, you know, like an 8-hour stream, depending on like how you're set up, like especially if you're pretty much streaming full time, that's reasonable. But doing more 14-hour streams, that's not really reasonable. That is enough that we have to deal with. That's what happened before. I'm pretty sure that happened while I was playing, and you guys saw that on one of the other ones where they knocked me off screen and then I jumped the other direction. Pieces at 500 or 600. I think it was 600 for the other one, 500. Yeah, 500 for the ranges. I guess this is a better way to check if you actually have it. If it'll have a red mark by the soul. got through that without taking a single hit. I wasn't really expecting him to hit me, but I did plan that kick into him. Make him take damage. That's the thing, we can take 500 of these guys being dead in order to get their souls. I do have a game of Dawn set up where I think my quest is pretty much just to go through and get all the souls. Get all of the synthesis weapons that you get, which are pretty cool. Unfortunately, I think that the Kaiser knuckles are not as effective in Dawn as what they are. I don't think they do the same thing at all as what they do in this game. In this game, they're pretty much a legit strategy. Because even though they do very low damage, they hit like when they hit an enemy, they hit like 4 times in one punch. Because you do a flurry of punches that hit directly in front of you, both at. Actually, if I just have, do I have that in my inventory? I can show you how Kaiser knuckles work. No, we did not go to take it off, it looks like. But yeah, they hit at pretty much three height elevations right in front of you, which includes, hitting enemies below you and enemies above you, or just above your head level, but directly in front of you. And at some point, we will see what those are, what they do. But basically, I'll tell you what the name of the next challenge we're doing for this game is, because you won't be able to figure it out. Well, you might be able to, but it's going to be an Abu challenge. Which isn't completely accurate, but I like calling it that. Well, that was rude. Let's see the monkey. But they turn a blue into an elephant. Why he turned a blue into an elephant when they have and then they have monkeys and none of them were a blue? I don't understand. I don't understand the plot of a children's story from the 90s. Which I'm sure that the story of Aladdin had been being told in different ways, probably like at least 500 years before Disney Aladdin, but you know, we Westerners seem to think that we know everything about the world based off of the little of it that we've actually seen. Rude. That's the thing, guys. I would hate to abandon this right before I'm going to get the arenas. I recently just got it casually playing through a casual game of this and didn't have any use for it whatsoever because I wasn't wanting to level. Now that I do want to level, and I do want the soul, we get knocked into a pit 3 times in a row. 3. Not 1, not 2, but 3 times in a row. Slash down at me, I'm gonna stomp you in the head sometimes. Yeah. How do you like that? This time I had the peace of mind let's maybe turn into a bat to make sure that we stay out of that pit. I guess I never did finish talking about turtles since we were talking about them quite a while ago. Not a super long time ago, but didn't finish talking about them. Then there came Turtles 3, which I don't even think I played until I finished playing Turtles 4. So it didn't really make that big of an impact on me playing 3. It really wasn't even that big of a step up from playing Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2. It kind of felt more like getting a map pack or something, like going from playing Super Mario 1 to playing Super Mario Lost Levels. But then there was Turtles 4, Turtles in Time, and also there was the Hyperstone Heist, which came out for Sega, which was way less memorable, but it was still a pretty good game. It played the same. And that one also felt like a map pack for Turtles in Time. But Turtles in Time was just, when it came out, it was so perfect of a game. It had all the elements of beat 'em up that you would want, and it was the perfect game as far as Super Nintendo was concerned. It was really just that damn good. You would play it on the hardest mode, and you get your teeth kicked in, and you'd be like, no, I want to come back and I want to beat this. So I'm gonna keep playing and playing and playing until I get good at this, because I'm having that much fun playing this game. So then afterwards, I wouldn't even really play with any of these other games. Just none of the other beat 'em ups really did it for me. That's another interesting thing, since I brought up the lost levels, that we can talk about. So if you want the real, like 100% version of what actually happened versus what people say happened as far as Super Mario 2 is concerned, you need to watch The Gaming Historian, because he gives you a very accurate depiction of what actually happened. So Super Mario 2 is not at all what we think it is. And in general, there are the few that actually understand what actually happened with Super Mario 2. But to say that Super Mario 2 US or Super Mario The Lost Levels, to say either one of them is Super Mario 2 would be a lie, or more accurately, a half-truth. So originally, what happened was Shigeru Miyamoto wanted to create Super Mario 2. So originally he had the concept for a vertical Mario level. And then he also had the concept of the Lost Levels in his head. And again, this is just my summary from what I remember, and you're going to get a way more accurate depiction of what actually happened if you sit there and watch The Gaming Historian. So what he did is he split the work among two teams, and these games were both his vision for Super Mario 2. So Shigeru Miyamoto was very much involved in Super Mario 2 US and The Lost Levels. And then what happened was, when Super Mario 2 The Lost Levels was being sent to the US, what happened was the American representative, and I forget what his actual job title was or anything. I guess he was like the producer or whatever. In America, he went to play the game, and he told the people that brought it over, like, he came back just like mortified by what he had played, and he was like, there's no way that we can release this to American audiences. So it was not Japan, it was not Shigeru Miyamoto who had decided that this was a game that we can't play in the US. That was very much the decision of an American is, hey, Americans are not going to have fun playing this game. So that one person's decision, that's the reason why we didn't get it. That's the reason why we did not get the game in the U.S. until Super Mario All Stars was basically the first time we would have seen that the lost levels in the U.S. So, I mean, to answer the question is both Super Mario 2 US and the Lost Level were Super Mario 2. That was the way that Shigeru Miyamoto intended them to be, and that's the way they always will be. So if somebody tells you any differently, if they tell you that Japanese people decided that we just wouldn't get it, I mean, that's not true at all. They tried, they brought it over, and when we intercepted it here in the U.S., we were the ones that told them, hey, no, Americans don't want to do that. We don't want to play games like that. As for why they decided to use those weird characters in there instead of using actual Super Mario characters, that's a different story that I don't know exactly why they decided to do that. But that doesn't change the fact that Super Mario 2 US was one of Shigeru Miyamoto's visions for Super Mario 2. It just was. And I think we get ourselves so caught up into particulars of things sometimes that we forget, hey, some things could be this thing that we definitely think it is, and it could be something else as well. Things aren't always so cut and dried all the time. Cut and dried? Cut and dried? Now that I think about it, that's kind of an odd expression that I don't even know what the origins are. Know that I am trying hard as hell to at least get this one soul before we go. If we get it fast enough, I might even try and get the second soul real quick, but I probably won't try very hard. But we will have effectively been up about 3 more levels since the last time we tried, so that's going to cut down pretty immensely on our grind. She hits 4 times in a row, so, if we're taking even like 4 or 5 less points of damage, that's quite a bit. got me. In fact, I was a little bit worried trying to go through that little passageway. I was going to get hit by another guy, get knocked into the spikes, and that would have been it. Not super big deal, but I like to save as much as possible. Get good stuff, and we're at least taking out 2 of them every cycle. Normally. But we're still not quite hitting that soul limit. So we're getting to the point where it's getting statistically impossible for it to be not giving us a soul for too much longer. This guy. Be a little bit careful there again. Could have gotten knocked in the spikes and then boom. Lose 1,500 souls. Plus however many, 3 times however many Medusa I have to kill. Worth the souls. Wasn't thinking that was going to happen, but I'm glad we did guard it. Nope. That I knew was going to kill him. Expect to get hit there. So I did expect to get hit there. Oh, okay, whatever. Can't tell, I'm really just trying to end this here. Really trying to get, we'll need 9 more kills to level up, which definitely do that. But just trying to get like 3 or 4 kills each cycle. Trying to be really careful about how I do it. Instead of just relying on the blocking mail. Which we're not going to get more than 2 this time. If we can even get that. like I deserve that guard with all the stupid things that went on. Yeah. Well. Definitely big time in the realm of statistically this is impossible of how much we have not gotten the soul yet. Even though it has been across multiple resets and everything, it doesn't matter. I told you that those Medusa heads are pretty rare themselves, and we've gotten them twice. To write a book about this, it would be called A Soul to Remember. That just sounds like that would be the name of the book written off of this. It doesn't even quite make any sense, except for that it has Soul Empire in the title. We're going after Soul. Good luck there. Some good things? I don't know. I basically don't have an option for killing him except for Cobra jumping off of him, and I wasn't going to bet on that. I'm also very much trying to play Let's Save Our Souls since we lost so many of them that we could have had. This ain't Dark Souls, but the souls are very much as important. Well, actually, I was talking about experience, but that too. If I do him like that every time, those first two hits are almost guaranteed. Get out of it quick enough. Oh, well, this is going to be fun. In fact, this is how fun it's going to be. Because I don't mind fighting them both just as long as I can fight them one at a time. It's going to be impossible to kill him unless I got some insane luck there. I could have maybe done it had I not taken that hit without hitting him. That would have been possible. fact, on the next time through, I think I'll show you guys that room. That way you can get an idea of, hey, this is... If you do it with the bat, this is how this looks like. I just had a really good setup last time. Still maybe even easier than trying to hit that one, but nope. Definitely losing a decent amount of focus here. Oh. You see how much focus was lost there. And if you're just joining us, we're doing Castlevania Aria of Sorrow using only kicks. So I will either be able to pogo jump or slide kick in enemies, and that's our only attack for the entire game. In fact, we did go back to grab the plane, which can boost our physical attack power, but our strength, so that we kick for harder, but we're not going to do that unless we really feel like we need extra damage for like Julius, which probably won't. And right now we're trying to grind this soul because when we grind this soul, we get 120% experience. I don't know if that's an additional 120%, but it's at least an additional 20%. Based off of how it's working. I want my AI puppy. That's all I want, guys. Guy is still hitting like a freaking truck. That was the most douche move, and I'm glad it did not work out for them. It's like, oh, this guy's trying to escape. I'm not even trying to escape. I'm playing normally. Getting really lucky on these guards right now. And we've killed 2. We're probably going to be able to kill 4 at this rate. Really lucky on the guards. So yeah, should be able to kill this one, maybe even another one, depending on how things go. definitely be a PB. The guards say yes. Let's see how the gameplay says. It also says yes. Let's see about 6. Did not trust that. There was no reason to trust that. There was no reason to trust that. But I still did anyway. Yep. AI puppies, amazing. Yeah, and then pretty much any time that we're not in a boss battle, we're going to be using this soul to make sure that we get 120 times, or 120% experience. I'm pretty sure I did recently get all of them, except for, in that third file I've got everyone except for Legion, as far as souls go, so there's like no other soul that's going to give us extra experience for killing enemies. But I didn't get every like weapon or anything, so I still hadn't gotten the final sword in that file. Crazy the amount that you have to use giant bat to avoid getting hit here. I mean, the situations where I do, it usually makes sense. I'm actually doing it. Yeah, I'd say as far as from the drops that I've seen, not including the health ones, which tasty meat you can grind off those needles. That's probably the best healing item to grind. And that gives you 290 HP for each time you consume that. But then there is, for equipment drops, there is the Army Jacket, I believe is the name of the one that drops off that skeleton officer. That's pretty notable. It's right over there. Like there's that save point in kind of that in-between place where you can get into the zombie officers, or you can fight them with the Duragas, and Duragas will give you gym clothes as well. So there's 2 armor drops right there. Those are kind of good. But as far as drops that you really want, I mean, there's the black belt, which drops from, that we saw drops from the, I think those are just called jaguars, the blue ones. We already saw it in the last video. So those are pretty notable. And then ones that you'll really want are like the final sword, which you will get from killing those big yellow great armors called the final armors. And then, of course, the blocking mail that we got from that skeleton. Seemed like another good time for some water. Going, it's getting pretty close to 2.5 times the time that I thought I was going to spend on this. So yeah, I was thinking 2 hours, maybe 2.5 hours at the most. But then it was like I wouldn't even be able to focus today to do what I wanted to do. So this ended up being pretty much the best option. Is that I can just make a little bit of a longer video. Hopefully not drive myself mad by doing it. Okay, so can we avoid cutting a rug here? Or a rug cutting us? Yes, we can, because he went the other way. Stupid experience-wise. Sometimes I'm just kind of hoping not to get hit when I do my slides. That way, I definitely will hit him. It's a strategy that I'm employing quite a lot, whether you're aware of it or not. And it's 100% dependent on an activation of the blocking mail, so it's not a good strategy. Yeah, like I said, you guys will understand when we actually get into the Julius fight what I mean. If you don't already, you'll understand why it's such a pain. And he's not necessarily hard. Like, none of these enemies in the game are enemies that I would consider as being, like, actually hard. I mean, they're situationally hard. Death, I mean, he's difficult when I fight him because I'm not up levels, I'm not doing the normal game, blah 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 blah. And then he's got random sites that come down and murder the crap out of you because you're just taking your time killing him. he's kind of harder for this challenge than he probably otherwise would be, simply because you can't. There's a lot of times where you can't get above his scythe to pogo. Most of the time, it's up too high. So if you're going to pogo at all, it's going to be on his third phase, really. And even then, you're probably not going to. That's probably not going to pay off as much as it would. Just trying to slide kick him. Or to like ninja turtle kick him, like that. We got slide kicks, we got pogos, and we got ninja turtles. Those are our 3 forms of attack. So we're basically, our attacks are basically determined we're about to die. By our vertical position and whether we're dropping straight down or ninja turtle kicking from the side. If you wanted a harder version of this challenge than what I'm doing, you could, instead of turning on malphas, you could turn on kicker skeleton. And I mean that would be equal to what we did against the creaking skeleton, which probably wasn't even the better of the two choices. The slide kicks were probably the better of the two choices for malphas. And you could try and beat the mana core and creaking skeleton that way. So I mean, turning them both on, the kicking skeleton seems to be the one that's the best for grinding early on because you can kill Uni that way. But malphas seems to be the way that I want to kill like the first 3 bosses, 3 and 4 bosses. Because there's also the gold. So if you're lost on what the actual boss order should be, you should be fighting Creaking Skeleton first, or maybe it's called Creaking Skull, and the mana core. Then you are meant to fight the Great Armor. After that, the Big Golem. After the Big Golem, you are meant to fight the Headhunter. After the Headhunter, that's when you fight Death. Once you kill Death, then you come down and fight Legion, which is just an entirely different fight altogether. Then you fight Valor, and then if you don't know how the game works, you just go to fight Graham. But usually at the Valor, you armor yourself with souls, die to the spikes. Nope, there it is. I thought I saved it. But then after Graham, he is finally beaten. Then you go and fight Julius, and then it's off to the final boss. percentage, when you go into the start screen like this, you see 79.2. That's how many game tiles that we've uncovered. So you basically have a Super Metroid map telling you where you have been and haven't been. If you haven't been there, it's red. Assuming that you have the castle map for that area. Otherwise, it just won't even quite show up. And if you have visited that tile, it will turn blue. And there's a whole bunch of weird things that you can do with the map, which I don't quite remember them. I looked them up once because I wanted to get the achievements a long time ago, but basically it was like you can get 102%, 104%, 108%, 112% of the map, and it was something really dumb about I can't remember it all. In fact, I'm probably making all that up, but I'm pretty sure that you can't do that in this game. I used to look at that stuff. Yeah. Those were the little things that don't really matter all that much. They just really mattered to me when I was playing games. It's like, I want to get these achievements. I want to prove that I can be good players. I'm good at games, right? I don't know. I have nothing to compare it to because the internet's not really a big thing back in 1993. Which is where I'm from. Like a lot of people tell you I'm from the future year of 2001. But I'm all the way back from 1993. For the past year, I traveled to the future. And I traveled to warn you from the past that we are coming to get you. And there's nothing you can do to stop us. Except for hold out on these damn souls. I will not come down there. Guess why I do. Okay. You didn't run into me good. You did. One more, I can land on his head. He was thinking the same damn thing. That was the thing too. Like I was convinced that even if I slid into him, that I was going to get the kill before he could have done that. Which is why I stuck it out just a little bit longer. Oops. Yeah, that was funny if you ever saw Harvey Birdman, attorney at law. That's kind of what I was thinking was, what's his name? George was telling Harvey, he was like, we traveled here from the future year of 1999. Because that's the year that they had that whole thing going on, that whole series, The Jetsons. And Harvey looks over at the calendar on the wall, says 2001. That show, I mean, there were like a few lewd references and everything, but it was mostly just everything about it was just stupid. More decent than baseballs? Dun, dun, dun. It's like, what? Why are you? What? Why is this even? Why are you saying these things? Nobody says that. I can no longer enlarge. Not even first thing in the morning. Because it's spelled Donald Coffin is not. Actually, I don't think they specified the name of the chain that he went to. Not expecting them to do that. You want them like me when I'm horny. Get, get that thing that's in you. And then the commercial for the company was all about that thing. That thing. Trust me, it'll all make a lot more sense if you just go watch it. You can probably find like every episode of Harvey Birdman on the internet. Just probably watch them on YouTube. At least the really funny ones. That was the thing about Adult Swim at the time. Like, it was pretty revolutionary because everything was, at least for me at the time when it came out, everything was just kind of shitty as far as movies and TV went. Then we got Adult Swim, and it just lightened things up quite a bit. Was used to watching a lot of Family Guy. I got to see that eventually, but then like the big shows that I watched were like Aqua Teen, Hunger Force, and Luigi. And then and Robot Chicken. And I mean, Robot Chicken was most of what was good about it was like the nostalgia factor of all these references of all these cartoons from the 80s, like a Mario Kart episode mixed in with Raccoon City from from Resident Evil. Not gonna complain. 3 times in a row with these spikes and not getting it. Good. Every time it was just more fun. lot of you may have noticed it, but I don't feel like going to get it right now. We may or may not get it before the end of the stream. I'm just remembering, I don't think we got that kicker skeleton ability. I don't think we killed him enough to actually get his soul. But if you guys noticed when we were over there, or if you just remember from actually playing the game, which if you're watching this, maybe you played it recently. But if you're doing hard mode, there are more items on the map if you're playing hard mode rather than playing normal mode. And one of those items over by death is Death's Sickle. And I think that is more physically powerful than the final sword, which has like something real. I think they're both ridiculous to go compared to how much stronger they are than the plane. It's only like a couple, like 2 to 4 attack points higher than the plane, and the plane disc is so much faster. It's, for most situations, it's no contest between which one that you want, but the sickle does have a pretty high range. Yeah, I was just about to point out how close we were to dying there. So yeah, it's pretty good. We will level up one more time. And because we're coming up on 5 hours already. I mean, we're at least getting enough experience that it's worth getting experience, right? That they are not giving up their soul for the life of it. And it's going to probably be something where we get through this today and we get the level up and we don't get the soul. I mean, it could still happen that we get the soul, but I would not be surprised if we got through today, we ended up getting up a level, and then like the very first enemy when we turn it on next time ends up being the one that drops the soul. Like that is totally within the realm of possibilities of things that could and probably would happen. And a lot of things in life are like that. They come just as soon as you stop That jump that was also a good jump. Because I had hit two of those reduces. Which is very not a smart thing to do. I mean, if you have a claim, then yeah, it's really smart trying to. If you do a little hitbox kicks at them, not so much sometimes. Oh, I should not have did that there. That's why I said nope. Because I knew. Still, even sometimes when we get to those milk points, we got that wonky mouse. So always something that can happen. NES game that I can recommend, which you'll probably have at least a decent amount of fun playing through it the first time, like I did. It's Fantasy Star or Fantasy Zone. So it's that's an anime style shooter game. So you know how you play some of the arcade classic shooters, and you're usually like a helicopter coming up from like the bottom of the screen and shooting the crap out of things. Well, if I remember correctly, you're kind of like an anime style helicopter in that one too, but you have a whole bunch of you're not gonna look. Your sprites are not gonna look how you probably would have it imagined in your head. Just by my poor memory description of it, but what makes it a different, fun, cool game is, well, first of all, the enemies themselves themselves, they are basically what you expect from anime type game. Just a whole bunch of weird things that don't make sense. Like there's something similar to the Moai heads that are Gradius. I'm pretty sure that was Gradius. They ran either that or it was Super Archetype. But one thing that really made it stick out is that there's a weapon purchasing system. So I think you can buy like extra ships, but you can buy like bomb upgrades and weapon upgrades and I think different types of weapons. So it was very similar to another game that I can recommend if you like that style of game-ish. It's fairly similar. And it's a game called Mag Max. Mad Max Mag. As in weapon magazine Mag Max. That one is basically some anime bullshit type thing to you're building a giant. You start off as like one part of a. You're basically building vulture while you are playing through the game, and you've got to get like the arm power ups and the head power up, and it increases the amount of damage that you do, but it also increases your hitbox. So it made it really difficult, and I never really wanted to finish the game. I just thought that it was pretty cool. It was a really cool concept back then. And then, since we were talking about Super Nintendo games earlier, the upgraded version, I think the most upgraded version that I can talk about for the next gen console, Super Nintendo, is Earth Defense Force. So that one, they could have done a lot more with it, but you had a level up system in that. So you would be a little bit careful about how you fight this guy, but you start in level 1, and what I can tell you, if you first start playing the game, homie. Start with homie. That way you're free to focus on what's going on with your ship instead of trying to kill everything on screen, because there's a shitload of things on screen. And if you're playing well enough anyway, you're going to be able to kill enough of it, and you're getting leveled up based off of your score. So you want to be able to kill everything as soon as possible. That way you can get your score up, get yourself to level 5 or level 6 is your max level, and then you've got a really strong weapon. Plus you do get bombs in that game, and you can control your speed by pressing the select button. So while there is a whole lot more that you could have done with the game, which I think would have made it a lot more fun, and I know a lot of people would disagree with me because everyone likes things a little bit different. I like getting more power ups and stuff like that. get two energy balls that swirl that normally swirl around your ship, but you can set it up to where those two energy balls they shoot out. They kind of home in on every enemy that exists. So yeah, those two will shoot your weapon, and they will home into every enemy on screen all the time. And almost had me. Instead, the spikes had me. It's just that I still haven't even gone back to playing it again after finding that out, which, I found out because I watched the speed runs of it. I was like, man, I've been trying for years to beat this game, and I can only sit there and play it for so many hours before I just have to give up on it, because it takes me, like 5 hours to figure out how to get back to where I was in the game anytime I start up again, and then I just can't really seem to beat it. So now I've got that formation in my head that, hey, this is how I'm going to play it next time I decide I'm going to play the game. Which would have been nice to know from the very first attempt. That way I would have felt like, hey, I know enough about this game that I definitely can beat it. Which is the way I feel about Contra 3. I'm like, I definitely feel confident that I can beat it without too much of that hassle. And then we'll get along to where I'm feeling good enough about my ability to speedrun. Which will come after I've beaten it on doing P-shooter only. And I call it P-shooter only because I'm going to use as many bombs as I want. You can't stop me. And then I might switch to low percent after that, if I still feel like I need a bigger challenge. But more than likely, I'm going to want to go through so many times to where I'm really, really comfortable playing the game before I try and do something like that. Because it's really stupid. If you've never played Contra 3 and you don't know how stupid hard that game is, trust me, you do not know how stupid hard that game is. But I'm still going to say Contra 4 is the harder one, and I'm thinking it's about time to break that one up as well. And just kind of get good on that in my own time, because as cool as it would be showing you guys that I don't have the means to set that up right now. It's not a smart investment for me to set up that system just yet, but it will come with time, because we gotta play something between worlds on this channel as well. I'll be doing an almost 100% of that, which the reason why I say that is we're not going to waste all that time getting good at the, what do you call it, the Kung Fu game. We'll get everything that we need out of it, which I think is just two pieces of art, but you can waste all your time doing got 100 seconds into it, and then it started spawning a whole crap ton of cuckoos, and I'm like, I don't need to deal with these. That's not doing anything for me right now. I feel like I already did enough by going 100 seconds on this. So we got our level up. I'm not certain that I'm really good at this yet. Definitely just going to finish out, kill as many as I can with my HP. Before my HP runs down. And we have to go back and save. Maybe one more before we head back. I don't know how many more before I decide that this stream is definitely going to end. I just knew that we were definitely going to be at that level. And I made no promises of quitting. I just said this is probably going to be my time. I'm going to get this off. Yeah. Plus there's that. Well, we actually didn't even level up. Yeah, if we even just really all we wanted was a level up, we could have killed like 3 of those killer mantles. I keep calling it like a rug or something. Like, come on. Should know most of these guys' names are coming up. Considering out of the last like 7 to 10 days, this is the game that I've played the most out of every game that I've played by far. Spent a lot of my free time on it. You're still doing this for me. It's like if they were doing pizza heads. If you could just somehow turn them off, I'm sure somebody's either modded that or figured out like a game genie script for it or something. This wouldn't be that bad. Because then I could line up my attacks almost every time. With the exception of the fact that, you know, I'm really constant. Good. We're at 2. Which means this counter is going to kill us. Landon is coming back to haunt us. Oh yeah, and I told you guys I was going to show you this screen. Let me show you just how ridiculous this is. I might even be able to get through it without having it. Oh yeah, because even if you do, then you gotta hit this thing and snap it through the wall. Let's see if we can get out of here. Nope. But yeah, I completely forgot about that part being it, so yeah, that is, if you get through there, it's not recommended to do it with kicks at all. It's not recommended to do with any weapon other than the big slice. At least I'm not going to recommend that to you. I'm going to tell you that probably still gonna have to stand and fight, two or three of them, but you don't have like all five of them on the same screen at once, like what I had. Perfect. Exactly how I had it planned. Right to the T. I swear that it's been at least 2 or 3 times now. I can swear that I've seen the soul coming out the bottom. And we get just nothing. I have no excuse for continuing to go either. We hit the nice round number of 50. So it's not that's keeping me going. It's that desire to really get this. One thing you'll find out about me is I don't like giving up on anything. There's sometimes where certain things will just feel like, yeah, I need to find a new way to do this because it is not working out at all. And I don't want to keep putting myself into the same cycles I've put myself through in my life. It's not good. It's not healthy in any way. In fact, I want to bring something to your attention that's very not healthy. The way that we work, it is extremely unhealthy. But that is what you are taught from the day you're born. You witness your mother and father. They go out and work. And so for 40 hours a week, and 40 hours a week average anymore, like I'd say 60 hours is average for work. And even though, they're up in minimum wage and all that, and it's at somewhat of a reasonable rate, it doesn't, you're still spending 40 to 60 hours of your life a week at this job. Whatever your job of choice may be, or maybe you feel like you don't have any choices or any options to do anything with what you're doing. There's no opportunities for advancement. You're not doing anything that you really love or care about. And you just feel stuck in every single way possible. So, anymore, when I am hesitant on doing things in my life, it's because, again, I don't want to be stuck in those same cycles of, okay, we're doing another 40-hour-a-week job. I literally hate everything about what I'm doing. And I'm doing it not so that I can get a paycheck, but so somebody else can get a much bigger paycheck. Meanwhile, they don't care about their employees. They write up unfair policies which are set up so that you use them more. And when somebody makes a mistake at a job, mass punishment for everyone. That's how we're gonna cover our ass, is we're gonna make sure that since we fucked up and let this happen, we're gonna make sure that everybody gets fucked over because one person made a mistake. And then we justify it by that's just the way it is. And we're too small, we're just one person, we can't make these changes in our lives. We're not skilled enough, we don't know how. And even if we do, a lot of us wouldn't have the motivation. And it becomes an endless cycle of being a victim to circumstance. So any of this sound familiar? Because I'm sure all of it does. Both of these guys have got mutants. I've got mutants dead. Because why I'm almost dead in a place like this? And that was really stupid how I died. Probably because I'm trying to explain a story and fight when things are getting really overwhelming. There's too many variables on screen. And then on the other hand, the thing that we don't see is it's really not necessarily that hard to make the changes, and you don't have to be that skilled in order to make a lot of money. With very little work. But I mean, the thing is, you gotta be willing to do something. You can't just expect money to fall from the sky. I mean, there are things like buy, borrow, die that people do. And I'm not going to explain that whole strategy here on screen, but that is basically what millionaires do. That is why millionaires pay way less in taxes than you do. It's not, they don't just automatically earn a privilege just because they make a lot of money. No, they planned it because they listened to what other people were telling them, and they realized, oh hey, if I own property, I can that if I own property, or if I want to own property, I can go to the bank, get a mortgage, and I forget exactly what it's called, but you can, I believe you can borrow, after you've had your mortgage for so long, you can borrow against your mortgage. So you are placing yourself further in debt, but the bank will hand you more cash in order to purchase another property. Because the bank is going to earn interest. And here I am saying I said I wasn't going to explain you're not paying any money for that rental property because you've got somebody else paying your mortgage. Alright? Then you're going to borrow money from the bank. It's going to put you into debt. Okay? But you're doing this on purpose because then you're borrowing against your mortgage. That way you can go purchase another property, feel good with tenants, and collect another paycheck, and you can put that towards your mortgage, and start making more money on the side because you got multiple tenants in your property. So many of them are paying off your rent, and then you've got some that are putting money in your pocket, and so you've got this invisible debt, and you keep racking that debt, but you're also getting more money in your pocket, and you are in a lower tax bracket. Congratulations, you just found out the secret to living. Very easy things like that you can be doing with your life, but nobody thinks to do that, and nobody ever tells anybody that, hey, you can do this. And when you hear something like that, where it's like, well, this is something really easy to do. And that's another thing is a lot of people aren't going to do it either because your brain goes into ego mode, thinking, well, that sounds way too easy. We finally got it. We're not going to fight another one and risk this. We don't need to do that ever again. But yeah, the ego will go into defense mode when it hears something like that, where it sounds like, hey, this could be the truth, but it can't possibly be the truth. The solution to my problem cannot be this easy. Waiting for this poison to run off because I guess I probably do have a zombie soul, but the cliff just seemed like too much of a problem. Knew that was coming. Come on, over here. Oh, that was dumb. That was really time. That's what that was. And that are the way that life goes. Both that and what I was talking about. Like there's so many things that, and the cool thing is you can use this on your bad form. I literally never use it. I mean, it's kind of a band move for this run and everything, but something you can do. Another blue skeleton. Yeah, I think we've got enough, especially with this one. Let's listen to clock tower for just a second, because this is very cool. We'll kick some Medusa heads in the face while we're listening. So it's going to be really safe where we're at. I might as well kill some bomb armors since we're listening to this. So yeah, literally just want to listen to music on the way over. So might as well make it a little bit. Kill as many of these guys as we can. Alright, I think that's enough. Listen to one entirely. Okay. I just wanted to get a little bit of taste. Can you blame me? I don't think these guys give us that much experience though. So they're definitely not really like grind worthy. So yeah, 10 experience apiece. Let me see if I can get one more real quick. Okay. I'm pretty sure that's the only thing they dropped, so I'm not even gonna check, even though I just flipped it on and off screen real quick. Okay, yeah, actually, let's go ahead and get that thing that we worked so damn hard to get. What do we put that at? Yeah. By 120%. Okay, so Crow usually gives us 2. We got 346 next. And 344. So 35. That's not even anymore. Because go over here, those guys give me 8. We spent all that time doing that and it's bugged. Or did I not plug it correctly? Wow. I wish somebody was in chat to let me know that because I don't think we're getting any more of that. Okay, he gives us not much, like 24. So we should have 11. Okay. No, it's actually working. Just didn't seem to work for that other guy. And we need to remember before we go fight Grant to switch over so satisfying. Oh, and one thing that I didn't get, we'll go ahead and grab this real quick. I forgot this entire screen was before the other screen, but this takes you to the other side of where those lubricants are. I'll take a lucky guard. I'll take that all day long. Okay, so now we're gonna want to switch over. This way we don't forget. I think our other equipment's pretty good. Yeah. I mean, the only thing we could do is like equip the queen for a little bit more strength. Yeah, I want to grab that before. And then since we're not really going to use this anyway in battle, we can come up over here and get that tier blood, which we might just end up losing anyway, just because I don't have a whole lot of faith in this fight just yet. So yeah, like I said, the first phase is nothing to be scared of. As far as whether we're going to be able to beat it or not, but I'm not doing any damage right now, guys. Let's see what happens if we split the clan. And then we're damaged just a little bit. By the way, we're not going to do whatever damage we're going to do on him. We can probably do less damage on Julius. We're still not doing any Yeah, you can see that we can't even kick him. But like in this first phase, we're pretty safe against him. It's just we're 6. We're doing 46 damage per cycle. Yeah, we're averaging enough damage that we don't really have to worry about dying in this first phase. I'm kind of wondering if I might try and keep this going. Because that's the thing, we've got. There's a 0% chance of us dying in this phase. We might be able to get away with this and this. Let's go back to... Never find the giant bat. We got him down quite a bit there. Let's go back to succubus just to get our health back. Because there's not going to be a better chance than this to make sure that we're maxed out. So if we fail here, we're going to know, hey, we probably just need to gain about 5 levels to overcome the gap naturally. This way we don't have to change our equipment that much. Really, I think I just got hit just because I was trying to figure out how to use the great armor in done enough damage, we'll go to the center, right about where he's at, and then we'll start spinning those balls that he just shot off around his body. We don't want him to be quite there just yet, because we want to get our HP maxed out, and then awesome job. Get my health back. It is super awesome. And I don't think it's really statistically possible to bring it to trigger phase 2 before I get my HP back to max. Unless I start really doing bad and continuously running. Is that flame that even this guy can do. I like the giant bat. I like him for his ability to evade literally everything. I love the succubus. It's an amazing soul because getting 5 damage or 5 health for every hit that you do on enemies. In fact, when I play through casually, I'll get Persephone, and a lot of times I'll just vacuum off HP from enemies. Really, all you gotta do is hold the R button. Get pretty close to triggering phase 2. Even though most of the damage we've done has been exactly 1. I'm just gonna kind of chill on the easy once you trigger phase 3, if you have to do it in the middle of his attack, he will stop right away and teleport over to the throne over here and start shooting walls. So if I'm using Queen's stats, I will get right in his face. Because I can always... I know I can kill all his fireballs with the Queen's Goliath. And I know that if I'm ducking, I can still hit him. The only thing that can hit me is if he's using that attack right there. Where he shoots out 1 meter high, 1 meter low. Oh, here's phase 2. Okay, that's the exact strat. Is jump in, get 2 hits, and then we gotta dodge out the way. Cast that chant. Okay. Okay. So that's not going to be as difficult as I thought it was possibly going to be. I thought there was a possibility that we could do that to him, but I wasn't 100% sure. So we'll switch over to Arinya's. We'll save the game, and right now we're going to be in level up mode. Let's see, so the succubus, how much? We only get 360 from them. So basilisk, this should give us 100 or 720 should be the best way to go here. Right? Yeah, so 600 plus 120% should be 720 if I can math it all. Or maybe I'm just adding 120. So if I'm correct, we'll have 115.24. Okay, that was off a little bit. But yeah, I think it's good practice anyway to just make sure we're up those 5 levels, get in level 55, and then we should be able to naturally do a decent amount more to the point where we don't necessarily feel like we need to put the plane or the Triton. Sure, it does mean we're going to be throwing a lot of basilisks or maybe the red minotaurs that are above us. Probably an either and situation. Yeah, if you guys are thinking and you're spinning your wheels in your head for that, that's buy, borrow, die that you can do. Another thing you can be thinking of is I want you to think about hotels. So I forget what the name of the hotel was. They were showing it in a commercial on TV. And it looked like that, just a quick glance of it, just kind of math calculating in my head. looked like there was probably 200 uh, units to this hotel in this commercial over, and it was over the prime spot in Vegas, which did a lot for it. But I would estimate even with, they probably hemorrhaged money in the way of the fact that it probably costs a lot to heat and maintain and staff the employees there and everything. Plus, they'll have their concierge service of, eating breakfast, and there's probably gym and whatnot, which means more employees, and you factor in all the bad bell boys and everything, and I knew that was going to happen. I knew I should just let it go, head back, because now we don't even have all that experience that we just got. But I wanted to finish explaining this before I ended the stream, which I knew we were kind of getting towards the end. But even if you count all that up, with those 200 units, and just going through based off of the price that they offered and everything, it looks like they were probably clearing $6 billion every year just for that one unit. Just doing basic math on how that would likely go. That's what my estimate is, and it could be a lot lower or a lot higher, but not enough to say it's anything but extremely lucrative for the owners. So that's just something I wanted to share with you, make sure that you understood. Hey, it doesn't take that much to necessarily be able to generate that type of income. Now, real estate is not something that's necessarily going to be for me. That just sounds like it's going to be something that would be too much work that I just will not set myself to. But if you don't mind working for it, it's one of those things where it's going to be a decent amount of work it's set up. But you are clearing several $1,000s, several tens of thousands of dollars every day for having a unit or a hotel like that in a prime area for real estate, which is being Las Vegas, where a lot of people like to be, but you still have to have a good brand. You've got to have a reason for people to want to stay there, whether it's like, we're one of the cheapest hotels in the area, or go completely opposite and, charge more for your hotel because you believe that your hotel is worth more than the competition, and that's going to show for your customers too, because they're going to, if you're charging more, your customers are going to be like, okay, what's better about this? Don't lower your prices. That really seems to be better from an outside perspective, but if you really think about it, a lot of people like these concerts. They like to have something they feel like if they're paying more for it, that it's because it's something that's worth more. And so if you think you're worth more, it's going to be beneficial to you to present yourself that way in every single way. You should. You should feel like you're worth something. Let's get this one more level up before we go. It's going to feel right, especially after that big loss of all that experience that we just got kind of taken way too long to think about. Okay, we've got 120 strength. I'm like thinking, is there something else that I'm with? Some other stat that I care about? It's like, no, I really just care about how we get like 3 more strength for open up. Close to that, the file that I had was level 68 and we were doing pretty decent damage kick, and that was the reason why I thought that this run was going to be possible all the way through. And so far I've proved it pretty much right in every way possible. I mean, you still definitely do, even though the only, I feel like the only thing that you really need to be prepared for is death. Just you need to be able to do enough damage. If you're not doing enough damage on death, you might as well not even try. Just because of that random factor, like you can, if you've got a weapon that can hit them, you can get rid of a lot of those cycles precise, as long as you're paying attention. But really it becomes a war of attrition where you need to be able to do enough damage to take out that scythe at a reasonable time. Otherwise you're going to be subjecting yourself to having to dodge lasers and having to dodge random scythes so much that you're going to make a mistake because you can't kill those things fast enough. And it's like with the Legion fight that we just did earlier, like you saw how it could become, okay, good, we did get the full 3 attack, which is what I was looking for. Because we had 124, now we have 127. Just show one more time. If you look up to the right a little bit, you see HP, MP below that. You got strength, constitution, intelligence, luck, attack, and defense. And just for shits and giggles, we won't do the entire fight. We'll die to them on purpose, but let's go over to Grant again. Let's have the proper equipment as we go in, just in case we do decide, hey, we're doing that much more damage than we're doing. And we may not remember to go pick up that cure or whatever it is again. Press start and skip through the cutscene. Samurai armor, black belt's the most damage. We get the claim. Triton and great armor. So let's see how much we do. without that, we're doing 2, and so yeah, we don't have to switch that stuff, but we still need to equip this flame, the flame in order to do any actual damage to him. And the flame is giving us +7 strength. Go ahead and do that, but not this time around. So, yep, we're dying, so we're gonna say goodbye to YouTube, and then we'll do our quick goodbye on stream instead of the long-winded one. So, thank you guys for joining me today. I really appreciate it, whether you watched it on stream or you watched it later. Thank you for the likes and the subscribes on YouTube. Thank you for the follows on Twitch and on Twitter. Thank you for all the donations coming in. I really appreciate them. I really appreciate you guys just being here. I am the Gumdrop Gamer. You guys have been watching the Gumdrop Gaming channel. Stay awesome, bros and broettes. See you next time. Bye.